All right, we about ready?
One second. I just had to click on selecting the role play.
Gotcha.
It's like and start
Yeah,
streaming.
We'll kill a little time here while Dell gets us streaming live.
No, we should be about doing that now. I'm going to Discord, pop this sucker out, and we're good to go. My end.
All right.
Yep.
So welcome to Role Play Cafe. We are not comics on a podcast who have lost their TV gig. We are just guys sitting around playing role-playing games. That seems to be where old comics who lose their job end up doing podcasts, right? We're not those guys. Welcome to RP Role Play Cafe. I'm Jason with Dell. We are the writers, creators of Dark Age of Man. We are here with Sam, Chalice and Chains, and David from Palindrome Paladin, right, on YouTube. Is that correct?
Wow.
Did I get that right? Okay.
Your memory's getting better.
Yeah, well, it's not memory. I can't pronounce anything. I can't pronounce them fancy words, man. I can't do it. So, and we are going to start a Dark Age of Man campaign, 7 sessions. In the book, Dark Age of Man, we suggest 7-session campaigns. Characters start with a repute of 3. By the time we get to the end of 7 sessions, they may hit the highest possible repute. They may not. And that's what we're going to do here. And we'll do this over the course of whatever time it takes. Fitting this in once a month, maybe, in no hurry. But I am going to try to point out the system. And there will be some meta talk about the system. And I will try to teach the system as we do this. So there is a method to my madness in this particular series of sessions. So we might even be able to talk Dell into rotating in a session of these 7. Maybe Sam could do a session as a GM in this. Maybe David might finally GM our game in this 7. I don't have to GM all 7, right? I do a couple of them and then we can rotate or something. So, but I wanted to use these as kind of a teaching, not teaching, but a sharing how the system, naive narrator, right, works. Okay. Gentlemen, it is summer, and I have provided this already, right? It is summertime. It is the locals are preparing for the big harvest of cucumbers, beets, carrots, and with the summer festival coming in the next 5 days or so, there is a lot. Everybody is almost all male labor is at work around Dredge County, reaping the crops, right? Preparing for the big summer festival, in which people from all over, traders, people from outskirts, come in to get. Well, just to be around the festival. But the big issue here is that means most of the male labor, including the army and forces around the palisade, are fewer. He keeps on a core guard and his main man at arms, for instance. But almost all men, able-bodied men, are out helping reap the harvest for everyone. And this is the biggest period of the year for the Washburn. This is where he makes his biggest purse, his biggest revenue for the entire year, is the trading and selling of these crops. So it's a big deal. A lot of people coming through, strangers, traders, merchants. And it's also, unfortunately, the time of year in which Vadamot Mort in the south is generally a plague upon travelers, merchants, causing problems. And so that is kind of the situation. And it is late July, as these crops come in before the August, some of the August crops. We do have lots of crowds already coming in. You've heard Martin in the locally around town over the last few days talking about how the Washburn Arms at the Crossroads is already full to capacity with higher end merchants. People who come into town, stay at the Crossroads, pay a little higher, and they're out of town, away from the noise and the rabble. A lot of the female folk are busy in town, putting up the stalls, preparing the markets by building stalls and preparing for the festivities that will be, again, in full bloom in about 5 days. There have already been some issues with noise about some banditry, some problems on the southern border with illegal levies and tolls. You can guess who's probably perpetrating those actions of Vadamont Mort. And Samantha Pratt at the Goldleaf Inn has under orders from Lord Washburn to increase the local fishing yield for anticipation of selling fish, but also feeding a lot of these people that are going to be coming in. So there's more fish about as the fishermen now are on the river. It has been a beautiful, moderate spring, moderate summer. It's just been so far a fantastic year. The sheriff Danforth has been heard yipping about his lack of help in security, and he is attempting to recruit those to help. He is telling stories about some problems at the Calamita homestead, as Calamita has complained that there have been young ruffians stealing her fruit, and she's had to run them off her property. You've heard this from Danforth recently, right, in the last few days. So that is kind of where we're at here for the start of this. I'm going to go to Sam's character here to start, and we're going to let Sam place his character. And again, part of this is complete agency. Players have a little more agency in not only choice in our game, but also in mechanics, and they get to place their characters in the fiction. And we're going to go to Sam's character, Willem of Dredge. And this is your opportunity here, Sam, to tell us not only where you're at, how we're starting this out, where you're at, who you are, what's going on, but I want to know those 3 repute points. What did you do to earn those 3 repute points in your history here in Dredge as well, please?
Okay. So Willem is probably a young man, although most able-bodied men in this town are probably younger, as this is a hard place to live, and making it to have gray hair is a feat in and of itself. So he's probably about 15, maybe 16, although he doesn't even quite remember quite how old he is. But and for the last few years, he's been living mostly on his own in a cabin, a bit of a hunter's cabin just outside of Dredgetown proper, making his living trapping and hunting, and occasionally acting as a guide for people that need help traveling through the bogs or the marshes or getting safely across the river. And I think what would have happened as of late, especially with the summer being good, in the early summer, his custom would have been doing well, right? I would have been getting a lot of rabbit, a lot of deer, right? But as more and more people were coming in and the banditry was starting to kind of hit in full force, game started to become scarce. And so I was taking on more and more commissions, so to speak, helping people get from point A to point B. And I think perhaps one of those times was a young woman and the man that was traveling with her serving man or her bodyguard or whatever, they were passing from Dredgetown or through Dredgetown on their way to Howardtown, and would have been ambushed and attacked by bandits. But because I knew the kind of the forest trails and the game trails, we were able to bypass an attack. And it turned out that she was the sister-in-law of one of the local aldermen, who was going to visit her sister because they were, doing a pilgrimage to the abbey out in Howardtown. And so she reported back upon her safe arrival that she was grateful to that young hunter from Dredgewater who helped her, right, and her serving man, get safely, whatever. And so it gained a little bit of notoriety around town, and perhaps my name might have at least made it into the Washburn Manor, just as a
right.
Whatever.
Now
And
your prestige is 0, so you're
0,
technically
yeah.
a peasant.
Yep.
Now, can we make some assumptions that maybe you are an assistant? You are the southern border warden for Dell's, because Dell's character Saverick is the northern border warden.
Oh, sure. I could be the southern border warden.
Right.
Absolutely.
So you would be, in a way, his assistant, so to speak. So technically, a warden would have rangers. You would be a ranger of Saverick.
Okay.
That doesn't mean you're not living in a cabin on the southern border.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But that would explain how you're able to hunt without poaching. Right? So to speak.
Exactly.
Okay. That's how you earned 1 repute, was saved the sister-in-law of an alderman of Howardtown. That's 1 repute?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have the other 2 reputes? What did you do to earn those?
And then... Sure, and then I think I probably on a ranging mission, I would have recognized a potential raid from the Danes or the Northmen, fairly close to Dredgetown. Now, being that that it wasn't like immediately obvious that it was attacking Dredgetown, because there's not a lot there to attack. But I did report back, and perhaps the town was able to marshal enough forces that the small raiding party was made no uncertain terms that don't come here.
Okay, so you basically helped stop a raid.
Yeah. And then I think the final repute would have been one of the young Washburn children had been out in the kind of the woods, right? And they weren't supposed to be, but they were off playing with a friend or whatever. And there was a wild boar that had been out there, and I managed to save them from the wild boar. I did not manage to kill it, however, and this boar has been something that's been on my mind as something that I feel like I failed in this, and I need to get that boar at some point. Okay. But for the time being, it was probably the youngest sister, the youngest daughter of the
That
Lord
would be
Washburn.
Joy, the 9-year-old. Okay.
Joy, yes, yep.
Okay,
that managed
so you rescued Joy from a wild boar. Very good. Sweet.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where are you at right now? What are you doing? Remember, it is sundown when this starts. Late July sundown. Which would be 7:38, right?
Sure, yeah. Where is Sheriff Danforth right now? You said
he would be knowing Sheriff Danforth. He's probably at Blackleaf Inn.
Blackleaf,
drinking.
Okay, yes. Right. So I would probably also be at Blackleaf Inn at this point. Having just come back from ranging, I would have probably dropped off some pelts that I had at the tanner. And I had supplied Samantha with a little bit of dried meat that I had been curing and drying in exchange for a little bit of coin.
Nice. Okay.
And then I would have gone to the Blackleaf to settle in and have some drinks. And I probably would have been, I would be sitting kind of in the corner, not exactly engaging with the townsfolk right now, but just trying to sort of wash the sweat and the weariness away with the fine ale that this summer has produced, and kind of just watching, as I tend to do more watching of people than I do talking necessarily, unless I'm guiding them.
Okay. You would notice the places darn near to capacity. Many of the laborers for their day have come in, and they're coming to Blackleaf Inn for their mead and their gruel. And it is probably, lately it's been pretty crowded, and you're seeing more strangers, more strange faces. But again, this time of the year, every year before the big summer festival, you see this, right? You certainly know. You've heard the rumors, and you know of potential poaching that's going on in the south, and you certainly know the dangers of the southern border, as Voldemort is a troublemaker. And again, Voldemort uses coin to pay for his mercenaries to harass and to cause problems. Can't say that you this summer have actually come face to face with any of Mort's men or any of these outside of the things that you have seen. The ambush you can't be certain they were Mort's men. The raid was clearly probably Irish right now. We've had more trouble with the Irish causing problems trying to cross the river for whatever reason of late. And then of course Joy would have been in the wilds, right? Rescued as she was out of town doing something she shouldn't have been doing. But the reality is you have heard these rumors, but you maybe not yet have met any face-to-face Mort men on the border, right? We're going to go to Saverick now, and real quick, Saverick, tell me, sir, where you're at, who you are, where you're at, what you're doing, and how did you earn your 3 repute?
Okay. Well, currently, this festival is a very profitable time to me as I gather my pelts, and this is an opportunity to sell the pelts. I don't sell them myself, but I bring them in to vendors to be able to hawk them at the places that they're selling from. Now, as far as Saverick, his repute, well, one of them, when it's based off of basically his mystique. He's more of a man of mystery. His accent is something that's not regional. He doesn't talk to the common folk. He speaks with more of the soldiery and the nobility, and everybody knows through gossip that he is the warden of the North. And he came to that. How he came to that position exactly is a little bit of a mystery. But that whenever he brings his pelts down, he has an odd looking bone handled knife with a jewel on it that people whisper about, and his hides that he wears on his person are somewhat questioned as about what pelt it actually is that covers him. Now, whenever he got to the northern borders, it's plagued with poachers and outlaws. They tend to potentially harass travelers up there and hide away in the northern wood north of Dredgewater proper. And that's more deciduous, where the southern regions are more swampy. So it's a little bit of a different territory than my warden in the south goes through. So the Lord Washburn likes to hunt in my region. Okay. But he's got to keep. When I came down, what actually got me in that position was there was an escape of a prisoner from the stocks in Dredgewater, and he tried to escape up north. Well, actually, Saverick apprehended him and brought him back to town. Okay. Now, he's since then been kind of ineffectually deputized by Danforth, or at least, through Washburn, to maintain the area north and keep it free of poachers and bandits, outlaws, etc., which is a heavy burden for one man to bear. So oftentimes some of his silentness is because he's begrudgingly doing it. He gets a place to live, but anytime he calls for help from Danforth, everybody's a little bit hesitant to head up in that area. Mm-hmm. And so he's been put in a position to where he's, he's got his cheese in the wind, so to speak. And
right.
He's really a loner, which doesn't ingratiate him. It makes him more so a loner. It doesn't ingratiate him toward the populace, right. And so he's a little bit standoffish.
Gotcha.
So in other words, he got the repute point for bringing that prisoner back, which brought attention to Washburn, who rarely goes on hunts, but he did go on a hunt once and actually speared a boar.
Okay.
The Saverick had helped track for him. So, and it was a grand event.
And it is that time of the year again, is the great boar hunt usually precedes this festival, right?
Exactly. So that was very successful hunt, which got him a repute and renown. And like I said, he's more of a man of mystery. So he captured, that was one, and he captured the criminal for another. And the other one is just the sheer amount of gossip that surrounds me.
Right. So your first repute is you're not local. You were a foreigner, kind of mysterious, different. Your second repute earned as you captured an escaped prisoner, and your third is leading a successful boar hunt for the Lord himself, Lord Washburn. Is that right? Am I right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a reluctant a reluctant warden, but I've got some renown about me.
Where are you now? What are you doing right now? You're bringing pelts into town?
Yeah, and I could be anywhere around the center of town, especially where the Blackleaf is or whatever, but I've just dropped off. Right now I'm currently dropping off some pelts at a vendor out there to sell.
And as you enter town from the north, you see the streets, which are normally this time of the year drier. Obviously, we don't have the spring runoff. We don't have the flooding as much in the streets. But you're seeing now that they're slowly erecting these stalls. They are hanging flower wreaths, etc., as bunting, as they don't have bunting, so to speak. But they're trying to make it festival. Like lots of women, lots of children, lots of joy running around here in the street. And it's more crowded than, again, you normally see, but this is not unlike normal festival time every year. However, I would guess you're probably not super comfortable with all of this, all these human beings about you, right? It is a lot going on. Again, you're starting to see some of the serfs and some of the farmhands and laborers coming into town as they're coming in to get dinner and drink, as it's a long day. They do 16-hour days, up at sun, down with the sun, right? Up with the sun, down with the sun. Okay. All right, let's move on then to our third hero in these campaigns. That is Faustus. David Faustus. Tell us about Faustus, your repute, who you are, what you're about, your repute, how you earned it, and then, of course, we will find out where you are and what you are doing right now.
Okay, well, let me kind of go backwards. So Faustus is, we'll say he's outside of the Blackleaf Inn right now.
Okay.
And he's got 3 children around him. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir. It sounds great.
Okay. There is Joy, there is Kath, and there is Andred.
Okay.
We all know who Joy is already.
Nice.
And he earned 1 point because he has been dutied with the tutelage of these children.
Okay.
Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps the other 2, I don't know if they are Washburn related or if they could just be the children of maybe some other well-to-do merchants or some other type in town. We can determine that.
Yep, you can decide that. It sounds like you clearly would have, if you're tutoring the Lord's youngest daughter, you're certainly tutoring other children of aldermen, etc. Right.
Okay, there you go. Okay, all right, good enough. Okay, well, we'll say Andred is definitely an alderman's child, and then Kath, I can figure out.
Yeah, she could be a ward. She could be a Washburn ward.
Be a ward, Washburn. Okay.
Maybe her orphaned, and her she's now a ward of the Washburn family.
Washburn,
right?
Okay, got it. Okay, sounds good.
Can we assume they're all about the same age, or do you have?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Between 7 and maybe 9 or 10.
Okay. 7
Joy is
and 10.
the middle one, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Kath is the youngest, and Andred is the oldest.
10. Nice. So Joy. Okay. Good.
Yeah, and Joy's the most headstrong, obviously.
Nice.
So that's 1 point. The second point was kind of granted by almost thanks to Willem, but not to Willem's doing specifically, because lo and behold, Faustus and Joy were actually out in the forested area when this boar showed up.
Okay.
He was taking her for a nature walk, and luckily, Willem showed up and actually saved both of their lives. Actually, but just kind of by being there, and knowing when to keep his mouth shut, Willem also, Faustus also got a little bit of a pat on the back.
Right.
You know.
Right. You were there to help. Part of the saving of Joy. Right.
Yes.
Good thing, because had she died under your care, right,
yes,
that's a serious offense.
Is there a Lady Washburn?
Yes, there is. Yes, Lady Washburn. Yes.
Okay. Well, Lady Washburn doesn't think things went as smoothly as that, so she has her eye on Faustus.
Okay, so Lady Washburn is not a fan of Faustus.
No, not at all.
Oh, damn. So when you pick enemies, you pick high ups, don't you?
Yeah. Hey, go big or go home.
That's awesome.
So, and lastly, did we determine the name of the abbey that was nearby?
Yeah. The abbey is Dredgewater Down. Let me double check my own abbey.
The Church of the One.
The Church of the One.
Yeah, I don't. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you guys.
I don't think there's an official abbey in
Dredge
Town, right? It's isn't it like a small thing? I know there's a bigger one in Howard Town, right?
Yeah, there's just a small church. So there's a chapel. There's a chapel at the crossroads that sits beside
Town.
And Howard Town is a larger city on the east of here. But at the crossroads, Dredgewater Downs, there is a chapel, a small chapel. In town here, there is a small church. Father Falcone is the head of that small church. So it would be a church, not an abbey, so to speak. Not in Dredgewater.
Right. Well, the abbey works better for me because I don't know what we would call it, but Faustus would, because in his past, he's been a scribe.
Okay, so the abbey at Howard Town, you were a scribe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and he carries with him, I guess, what would be considered a letter of, I don't know, what would it be called?
A letter of recommendation, letter of merit,
or whatever. Yeah,
something, saying, served in good station and. Blah, 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 blah.
A letter from, say, the head of the Church of Howard Town would probably get you at least noticed by the Washburn family.
Or is that a little bit too? Is that too costly for a point?
No, God, no. That's great. So you would have had a letter of merit from the Bishop of
Merit. Yeah. There you go. Yeah,
a letter of merit from the Bishop of Howard Town.
Yeah.
And can I assume then that's how you got the job tutoring?
Yes, because I use that. That's my resume right there.
There it is.
So,
brilliant.
Basically.
Brilliant. Now, where are you at? So right now you're outside Blackheath Inn with the children.
Yes, it's so everything is so crowded right now. Normally we would be able to I'd be able to actually go in the common room or the main room of the Blackleaf, because it's just so many other people here. We've had to move outside.
Gotcha.
So I'm trying to keep their attention with all the activities and everything else going around.
Okay.
So I'm herding cats, basically. That's what I'm doing right now.
How old is Faustus?
I guess he would have to be kind of old for these times. So I would probably say late 40s, early 50s, maybe.
Gotcha.
Does that sound about right?
Yeah. So we're talking. That's why he's gray.
That's
right?
venerable.
Yeah, that's venerable. That's that in and of itself might be a repute point, right?
Oh,
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying it could have been. You could have said I'm right. That's awesome. So 45 plus is what I'm putting. And Savric, how old are you, Savric? I forgot.
Oh, he's around 23.
Okay.
Oh wow, you guys are
23
whippersnappers. Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Savric, you would be passing through town, dropping your pelts off at a the tanner. The tanner tells you, nods, and takes the pelts, marks them, deposits them in your pile, and he tells you your ranger friend from the south just dropped off pelts as well, and he nods in the direction of his smaller stack of pelts, right? As Willem maybe great. Okay, and you realize then, Savric, that you're being outdone by the young man in the young 16-year-old ranger in the south. He's doubled up the pelts on you. Right?
My eye comes up questioningly. You know what I mean?
Right.
he has me doing this scrupulous,
Right.
business. Anyway, my dart's over there. I know him. I know Willem.
Yeah.
So,
and he says that he's over at the Blackleaf Inn, of course.
I just grunt and shake the pelts and drop them and hold my hand out like, we've got business.
Yeah, and he
not pleasantry talk. And,
right. Yeah, he breaks off. He counts them, looks them over, and he breaks off a piece of silver from his stash and hands you a small bar of silver. Right.
I look at it and analyze it for a second. Just looking at it, I don't give him much of an approving look, but it's not dissatisfied either. So I'll take it and just put it in my pocket and turn around without a word and kind of a slight nod and walk off in that general direction toward to meet Willem.
Okay.
Kicking the mud off my my furred boots, as it were.
Right.
And stepping back up on the planks. So
back onto the actual planks. All right, gentlemen, I am going to roll our first RSC, and the people I'm recording this so people watching can see what that'll be. So here's my first roll. I won't tell you what it is. I will give you the number. 10, 11, 12 is the number. Oh, interesting. This is
you said it's a 12.
I rolled a 12.
10,
Yep,
11,
number
12.
12 is the first RSC of the session. This is going to be interesting here. And gentlemen, I'm going to introduce it right now.
All right.
So while you wrangle cats, while you're wrangling the children, Faustus, and you are dragging the young calf back and yelling at Andrew to put down the carrots, the bushels of carrots that were brought in today, as he's biting off a hunk of carrot. And, of course, no one's going to dare say much to the young man because he is an alderman's son. But as you turn around with the crowds and the sun, as the sun sets, you realize Joy is missing. I literally rolled the very first RSC, number 12. Joy is missing.
Wow.
Who would have thunk you would have Joy in tow when I rolled Joy is missing?
I know, right? That's pretty good. Okay. So Faustus will, you almost hear the ligaments in his neck freaking as his head whips around back and forth, looking for the girl.
Right.
And he grabs Andred and Kath by the shoulders and, Joy, where's she at? Have you seen her? As he looks around.
Let's make a luck check real quick here for me, sir. The DV on this will be a 9. So you'll have to roll a 9 or better. Add your luck to it if you have a luck. If you don't, just roll and hope you get a 9 or better.
And I'm doing what die?
D12 is all we use. Just a D12 is all you'll ever need.
Okay, 1 second.
the one die he doesn't have.
One die.
Yeah. Oh man,
that's one reason we use it.
Yep.
It's amazing that you guys would introduce repute points around Joy, and then I had her on the RSC, and then the first roll. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what modifiers do I have again? I'm sorry.
Luck. You would add luck to it if you have a luck score.
Okay. All right. So I rolled a 9.
Okay. So you do, just out of the corner of your eye, you catch her beautiful summer flower dress, but it's lost among the crowd of people. But you do see, and you're pretty certain she was moving quicker than she should, and almost as if she was taller than she should have been. You can quickly put two and two together. She was in somebody's arms, probably.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, this is going to be tough. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, it's you.
Oh, okay. So I will grab both of them by the hand and run after her as fast as I can.
Okay.
With these two children and
Yeah, so as you make way through the crowd, again, as all of these laborers, sweaty young men coming in, dropping their bushels of cucumbers at the stalls, at the designated stalls where they'll be trading and selling these carrots, beets, and bushels. You're stumbling through, and you get to the main thoroughfare at the stump. So right smack in the middle of town is a stump that's about 6 feet in diameter. It's about 3 feet off the ground. It's generally where you would find Father Falcone standing in a way on his pulpit, giving some sermons out here. It's also where the crier, Philip, would come and stand on this stump and do the news or any information from the Dredgetown manse. It's also where just drunkards will climb up there and do song and dance. But as you come to this stump, which opens up just not far from the Blackleaf Inn, we're talking 50 feet from the Blackleaf Inn, we get to that kind of crossroad, you can see now a cloaked man hand the girl off to another man, a cloaked man on a horse, and he spurs, and he gets up on a horse, and you can see them heading south now down the main thoroughfare. It's just a road. It's not a major ex-Roman road or anything. It's just a thoroughfare, and they're riding south with the girl in tow. Hand over her mouth. You hear a squeak from her when they switch her over. When he hands her over, he has to let his hand off her mouth. She yells out a scream. You get that, but then quickly clamps it shut. He's off. This cloaked figure on his horse as well. You see flash from underneath their cloaks swords. You can see their scabbards, their boots. They are wearing nice stuff. I mean, these aren't just ruffians and bandits. These guys are wearing nicer boots. They're on English, traditional English or Unglish in our world, Unglish horses, which are smaller, stout horses, but and they're moving pretty quick on these horses.
I yell out at the top of my voice, command them to halt, knowing that they won't. And I will say, they have the child, the Washburn child, and my intent is to basically bring as much attention to this as possible, so others will witness the fact that she has indeed been kidnapped.
Okay, so let's.
And there wasn't some dastardly.
So let's do a prestige check. You're going to add +1. You need to roll a 6 or better. I think your prestige is 1. Dell, you're out in the street. I want you to make a mind check here to see if, again, depending on David's roll, it's going to affect your DV on whether you hear David's plea.
10 total.
Awesome. Yeah, don't worry about it, Dell. You hear it.
Okay.
Deep from David's soul is a bellow, right? I mean, clearly he's rolled a 10. He maybe greater vocal capacity than even he knew, right? And you notice people look at you first, and then some of them will look in the direction of these horsemen. And you notice the gentleman that handed the girl off and got on the horse second. He wheels his horse around and looks right at you. And you see him, now you can make out his face. He has a goatee. He has a large scar across from one corner of his skull all the way across his nose down to his opposite cheek. And he kind of does another twirl on the horse and then spurs it full speed away. And you see some of these young men now, as you have got their attention, they're looking in that general direction as well.
I've triangulated my fastest scream to me to this individual.
Yeah, and you can see now over the heads of the crowd because they're on horseback. You can see them kind of above the crowd on horseback.
Yeah. That's fine. But I'm standing there at the door about to open it to the Blackleaf, and when I notice all of this go down, and then I put my hand on the thing and swing the door open. Arsling, here, get outside, quick, put your L down, and then I start stepping off toward that down, and then to get a better view as they start to ride off. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then I turn around and call for. I'm looking for any kind of horses around there to be stalled.
You could certainly take a horse that would be out here, right?
Okay.
Obviously,
Well,
you
I'm
would
running
have
in
to
that
you would have to
direction,
borrow
so-
it. You're gonna have to take it. But yes, you can certainly find a horse here among the crowds and the stalls.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm calling for Arsling to join me. As I stick my head in there. You'll see me stepping off, and the door is swung wide open. It may be about to close in on itself.
Okay.
I imagine as he yells that, like 5 or 6 of the young men in the
They
tavern
all answer to
kind of look
Arsling,
over, thinking they might be them. And with me, I think I would have been, I would like ale halfway to my mouth, and then when he does that, like I would have seen him kind of open the door, and so he said, "Put your ale down," and come on. And so I do. Immediately knowing he's talking to me, and I would stand up, put a few coins down on the table for the serving girl, and ready to get out of this crowded, hot, stuffy inn, and out into the equally crowded, hot July heat. And so I would kind of pick my way and push my way through the crowd until I get outside, and then I would be looking for Saverick to be like, what are we doing? Where are we? And are you like off, like looking for something, or were you right there?
Me mounting what the closest thing I could find to a steed, which
let's make a luck roll here, Willem. As you come out, let's make a luck roll against 5.
Okay, sure. Well, I rolled a natural 1.
Nice. Not only, unfortunately, do you not see another horse available, Dell is mounting a donkey in this situation, right? That's all he could find with this critical failure. So you have a mule or a donkey here, Dell, and that's the only other animal available.
Okay. At that point, I'm going to push away from that and turn around looking for any constable or Danforth. I'm yelling at the incompetent man that I have to work with. You know what I mean?
You all notice some of the young men realize kind of what's happened based on Faustus's alarm, and some of them try to make chase on foot toward them. So you see a handful of these young men running behind them. Some of them shrug and go into the Blackleaf Inn. Some of the women there shriek as they are realizing that one of the children has been taken, and many of these women start to head toward the manse, obviously to get soldiers maybe from the actual Dredgetown Palisade manse. That is what you see in this general action. Danforth, you hear bellowing, and you recognize the bellow as typical for Danforth. The few times you've ever dealt with Danforth at this hour, already well inebriated, as he stumbles out of the Blackleaf Inn and is really too inebriated to be of much help here.
Okay, yeah. When I get eyes on him, those stumble out. The Lord's daughter. She's been abducted, and I'll point that way.
Okay.
I need horses now. They're fast ones, Mm-hmm. And do I recognize the individual that I saw took her? Or was it me or
David? David saw his face.
Okay,
right.
Okay, so I don't see the face.
No, not from this. Not from this angle. Yeah. Danforth waves his hand and blubbers something and points toward Dar, the blacksmith across the street. Past the stump is the blacksmith, and he waves you toward Dar for in response to the request for horses.
I'm not. He needs to send his man to get him. I eyeball him like that, and I turn on my heel and go look for Faustus, who made the alarm, who called the alarm.
Now, what do you?
So I'm walking with Faustus.
Okay, so I'll let you two decide what you're doing there. What are you doing now? You've grabbed up these 2 children, right, Faustus? We know that. You have pointed out the kidnapping, and you've seen some women running toward the man. Some of the young men are chasing down the road. There's no way they'll catch him on foot, but they're chasing after him. About 4 of these young men have made chase.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well,
I'm rolling a second RSC, gentlemen, just so you know, and I rolled a 6.
knowing that my days, if not hours, may be numbered here, I stand there in the dust of the horses with the one of the each of the children's hand and one of mine, and as the swirl of activity is kind of going around us, Faustus is immediately trying to devise what he will tell Lord Washburn, and how he will tell him, and what he will do.
Okay.
Which he has no clue right now.
Sounds like you're a little bit in a stupor, but while all this, you'll probably hear me in the background. But I'm stalking my way toward me. Who took the girl, man?
Faustus will kind of snap at the sound of Savric's voice. I guess I would kind of know of Savric. I guess that's he is a regular of this area. So after a moment or two, Faustus will swallow the lump in his throat, and then he'll kind of say in a throaty response, he'll say, "I've never seen the man before." And as he's talking, Faustus will almost theatrically kind of trace the scar line across his face, as the man's scar line was, and tell you he had, damage, a wound, an old wound across his face, like thusly. And then was he missing? Did he have eye damage as well?
He said he had a goatee.
He had a goatee and a scar from the
scar and a goatee
all the way down across
I'm willing
his
to bet
nose.
he has 6 fingers on one of his hands, so we have to find the 6-fingered man who killed our father.
Right.
Now, Willem? Are you with Savric as he's approaching and talking to Faustus?
I mean, no. I guess I would have been making my way towards him now that I can see him, because I guess he went to the mule and then he started coming back. And so I would be making my way that way. Yeah.
Okay. You do notice, both of you out of the corner of your eye, just quickly, Danforth stumbling out across the street, headed for Dar, ends up on his hands and knees. There now is some talk and murmurs among the villagers as what has happened, as now people are beginning to come together and coalesce and discuss what's happened. And I will let you two chat. Dale,
I'm telling.
I do want you to make a mind check based on Faustus's description of the man.
Okay.
Brand new clothing.
Yeah, that's 6.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So you immediately recognize this as a troublesome scoundrel. You've dealt with him before, generally dealing with violations of poaching. You know that he's run a ring of smugglers and poachers, but you've never been able to get your hands on him. But from the description, there's only one man it can be, right?
Okay,
that is Belvric.
I let go of Faustus's lapels, as it were, and glance down at the children, and then my head swips around and looks at William approaching me. You said Belvric, right?
Belvric. You know him well. You've just never been able to catch him.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just telling Willem Belvric is taking the children. And then I'll turn my head around and look at Faustus. These children here. Take them and tell our Lord what has transpired. We'll be taking, and then I'll turn around to Willem. We'll be taking get some as soon as Danforth and his lot bring some mounts. We'll be afoot or a hoof.
And I would say rather, I guess apprehensively, right? I'm not comfortable necessarily speaking up to those that are a higher station than me or whatever, but I would say, well, Master Savric, perhaps we should bring Master Faustus with us. I mean, Joy does know him. She would trust him, and perhaps it would be better to have 3 than just 2 if we're trying to find a kidnapper. And it might, and I kind of lean in, and I might be like, it might be safer for him if he does join us now. If we can return with the girl, perhaps.
Yeah, you've had to pull his butt through the fire once before, have you not, Willem?
Right? Yes.
I look at your 15, 16-year-old, but, and glance up past you as Danforth and whatever, they're leading some horses out of the stable toward us. Get the horses. And then I'll turn around and motion toward Faustus. Take the children. You can't do this, right? And it's not a question. I'll turn off and start walking toward the horses, right? To hurry them up.
Yeah. Right.
Them up.
And you just gathered 2 horses then?
I didn't understand the implication of your question, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all. I'm walking through the buds. I'm kicking it off. I'm kind of cursing slightly.
Quickly, Willem, at the name Belvric, make a mind check for me.
Okay.
This is going to be at a 6 difficulty.
I got a 3.
Okay. That just tells us that you really don't know anything extra about Belvric. You may not even have met or known much about him at all, right? But
I mean, if he's somewhat of a notorious poacher, I may have
and they're headed south, but
like that he's a poacher,
yeah. Right.
But perhaps rumor and innuendo. Yeah.
No extra information there. Fastus, how are you going? What are you going to do with these other 2 children? Are you going on this?
Well, I first of all, I give a nod towards young Willem because I know what he did, and I give you a nod as if I am in debt to you, young sir. And I will take the children. Did you say that there were any guardsmen or men-at-arms coming? Or
yeah, there will be. But by the time you get horses, some of the young men that tried to make chase on foot are coming back, exhausted, breathing heavily. They meet in the street with a couple of the guards. Remember, most of these men are working labor right now, reaping the harvest. So one of the soldiers comes down.
I have to find someone. Yeah,
and he will gladly take the children in hand for you. They don't ask many questions, but there's lots of murmurs. He is asking Danforth what happened. Danforth, of course, drunk, not knowing what's going on. And there are 3 horses available here. From Dar the blacksmith, he will loan 3 horses.
Oh, Jason's so much nicer. I would have made you ride the donkey.
Okay.
I think I would mention, though, as we're kind of saddling up and getting ready to ride out, I would look to Saverick and I would say, these horses will only take us so far. I know these lands to the south. It's going to start to get rocky and hilly, and perhaps it would be best we take them as far as we can, but we'll have to send them back. They'll just slow us down if this Baldric or Belvric or whatever his name is proceeds as further into the lands.
The further they go, the further they're in Mort's lands. We have to get to the girl before them. So he's heading south, correct?
Yeah, so they've got now 8-10 minutes on you, right? At full ride.
Yeah. We don't have time to jack around with this, or so that's what I'm doing. As I'm saying this, yourself. The more time that we waste, the more endangered the girl is. Not from the bandits alone, but from
right. Yeah, so. And I would just nod, and I would kind of, shake the reins, a little bit, but probably muttering or half whining under my breath. It's like, I can't rightly track too well from horseback, but I suppose there's really only one way that those horses will go, and as we're following whatever the road is out. So yeah.
But yeah. As the sun is now almost completely set, you do know they took off directly south on this pathway. The difficulty will twofold increase because of the darkness falling and because you're riding fast and hard on horseback. So for spotting potential tracks or spotting potential changes, you can both of you can make a roll. Right.
Yeah, I actually would, regardless of what might happen, I would slow the horses at this point, or my horse anyway, because I just know that, like, being that I've tracked these lands now for a while, like, it's not going to do us any good to go full gallop at night, especially with sundown. And so I will slow the horse, and I'll actually get off of the horse. And I'll start kind of looking to see if I can find the hoof prints or whatever ahead of us. I assume I can, but specifically looking for fresh ones that would indicate.
Saverick, how are you going about this?
Well, I know it's marshy when you first leave out until it raises up in the plains and gets a little dried off. So I'm looking for, of course, while I'm riding, it's a long, probably the most hardened ground a path. I mean, I could. Yeah, it's going to be fairly. If they're on horseback, it's going to be fairly possibly obvious. You don't ride that fast through any kind of a wooded area, whether it's got pulp trees or whatever. You're going to be meandering through it, and their horses are going to get tired out just the same. So we've got fresh horses here that we're on. We can probably gain some ground. We're already 8 minutes behind. So we need to press them as far as I can. But I'm going to be scanning as I go for any kind of broken limbs or anything and see if there's diverting off the path to areas that might be a little bit higher ground away from this murk and bog.
All right. Both of you make mind checks. No luck check here, as you both have described how you're going about this. Both of you have different means.
Yeah.
What did you get?
11.
Okay.
I got a 7.
Okay. So Willem, as you climb off, slow your horse, and by the time you crouch down in the fortunately there's a moon, but because of Faustus and Saverick's horse tracks preceding you now, it's hard to make out. As you climb off the horse, you fall behind, and you're seeing more remnants of their tracks as they've left you now about 30 seconds ahead. You've lost it. Saverick, though, on the other hand, you definitely can see where there has been you can see clearly the deep horse hooves, and that they take a jaunt off of the road, not into another path, off the road into the deeper vegetation, mud and muck. To your left, this would be southeast.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I rein the horses up and turn around and look. Now, this is the first time I've really noticed that Faustus is with us, and I'll turn my head and see him. What are you doing here? The children.
The children are safe now. You may need my aid here.
And
I can do much better here than I can nursemaiding children at this time.
I'll turn around. This nobleman's spewing this nonsense, and turn around and look at Willem.
I've gotten back up on my horse at this point and trotted over, or started to trot over.
Yeah, you weren't far.
You allowed this. I kind of go up. You allowed this, and I go and begrudgingly say, the tracks are here. They've headed off southwest. They've diverted here. It seems like, I mean, as far as the freshness of the tracks, it seemed like we gained ground a little bit. So,
yeah.
And I turn around and you see me side-eyed glance at Faustus. And it looks like I'm saddled with him right now. And then I look at Willem, And,
Willem, this area?
Yeah.
This, that southeast, roughly around this area, leads to a grove, a small pond, and there has been a bear cave not far from this general area. However, you have not dealt with any bears, and you have not seen any smugglers or poachers, but you do know roughly what lay quarter of a mile from this if they stay in a certain general direction. And I have rolled another RSC. This will be our third RSC, number 11, just so you guys know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I would relay to Saverick that, I would say, I know you are in haste. You want to save that girl, and so do I. But if we go full speed ahead into this land, we're going to run into, there's a pond up ahead, a grove, which might be an ideal camping spot if these people do choose to not press on during the night. But also there is a bear cave up there. Now, I haven't seen any bears lately, but there could be one. I just don't think it wise to charge blindly when we don't know what's ahead and who we might be dealing with.
We should
go slow.
Seriously,
we must be.
Since you're my ranger, and I'm the warden, you're schooling me on this, so you can tell I'm intensely just burrowing into your cranium.
Yeah,
boy, hold your tongue. Hold your tongue or lose your station. And then I glance over at the nobleman and I say, this will be the worst of things. And the grove. You suspect that's where they're headed? And then I'll start cantering forward. Then we shall go there. Tell us when we approach. We'll ascertain the situation. And we'll keep our eye out for bears. Yeah. Just watch your tongue. And anyway, I'll start cantering forward like that.
Okay.
That path. Lead us there. Lead us.
Willem is leading? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I would.
So you would know within, 100 feet, 40 yards of where this grove is. As you approach, you do see flickering light, in that direction, like maybe a campfire, as it is now dark. Mm-hmm. We have not quite a full moon, but it is dark, and there is a flickering through the green and through the shrubs, a flickering light. You hear some laughing, and you hear a deep-voiced man. Yeah, easier than I thought. She was right there. We approached under town exactly as she was described by the maiden of Washburn. In her flowered dress, so easy standing in the street. They're fools. Vadamot should pay well for her head.
Okay, I ran the horse into a stop and just slide off the saddle. I don't know about this horse's personality, so and I'll draw my bow. I need a stationary place to do it as I'm creeping up, and
I would do the same.
Start giving signals to
Faustus. What are you doing while these two hunters go into their hunting thing?
I know, right? Faustus with no instruction to me. With no instruction to Faustus, he will grab the reins of the horses.
Okay.
And,
I wouldn't totally abandon Faustus. I would have grabbed my bow as because just in case. But I would look to Faustus, and I would say to him, yes, watch the horses. And I say, do you have any kind of weapon, any protection with you?
Faustus looks around as if a dagger or a cudgel or something would magically appear in his hands and shakes his head and
he shakes his head. As a matter of fact, and I would pull my dagger out of my sheath, and I would hold the blade and hand it to him, and I would say, hold on to this. Just
the quill is mightier than the sword.
He grabs it with a surprisingly firm grasp, but I mean, you can tell he's by no means like intimately comfortable with the weapon. But I mean,
I figure, the way I'm looking at it is, listen, if we die and you have to decide between these guys or Washburn, you might just want to opt out, and this will help you with that. So anyway, but I would hand that to you, and I would say, keep the horses quiet if you can. Okay.
All right,
not gruff or anything, just earnestly.
You give him a nod.
Yeah. Keep the horses quiet if you can. Yeah.
Okay.
Watch out for Bertha. She farts.
So I grab the reins and kind of keep them on a short leash, so to speak. I'm trying to pierce look through the encroaching, or it is dark, so to try to see what's going on. So.
Yeah, and I imagine Savrik and I would be fairly comfortable with night sight, especially if there's a mostly full moon.
Right.
But I would imagine if we're approaching kind of with bows ready, perhaps as a ranger or whatever, especially if you were tracking or you were stalking game, or poachers even, you might at some point split and try to, kind of get around, but not like directly across from each other, so we wouldn't shoot each other.
Right, little crossfire action, right?
Like,
As you approach, you see the flickering fire. It sure enough is outside the mouth of this old bear cave. They've got the fire. You do not see the girl, but you do count. You see this the gentleman, the one that's bragging and boasting as he scoops out a ladle and fills a wooden cup with porridge or stew of some kind. Dell, you see as you crouch along, moving along, you see that they are. Reality is they've been here a while, right? Evidence that they have had a lot of horse track, but more importantly, as you crouch in and move in toward Savrik, you see the pelts, and you see they have been probably poaching fox, deer, game for quite some time. So you're seeing that they have been collecting pelts.
They've been in camp there for a while.
Yeah, they've been camping there, clearly poaching. And you count by the time you both move in, you get past their horses, which are a little they're sweating, of course, but they're hobbled. They did not leave these horses free. They hobbled them with knots, and they are grazing on the in the grass and the vegetation. And you count two sitting around this pot, stoking the fire and laughing at Belvric's story about getting the girl. The other two, Belvric standing and eating, and the third is kind of obscured by the mouth of the cave, but you can see him moving around, and you can't see the girl at all. So you can put two and two together. The girl's probably obscured because she's in the cave, or between the mouth of the cave and the guy that's kind of in the mouth of the cave, right? As you approach. Yeah. And again, they got
for me. I take a full draw on my bow.
Okay.
And I level it at the head of the snake.
Okay.
Which is the main outlaw, and I can't recall his name right now. But I pull it back, and I'm looking across the way at Willem.
Yeah, and Willem, from your angle, you can see just inside the mouth of the cave, the third gentleman is somewhat obscured by Dell. It's got the girl. She is tied. She's gagged, and she's on the ground. They're seated up against the cave wall. They're not in the cave. They're in the mouth of the cave, and he's turned his back to her, and he's listening to Belvric eat and boast of what they've done.
So I would quickly look to see if the horses is one of the men like sort of guarding the horses, or do they just expect that everything will be fine?
They're over there next to Savrik as he's worked his way past their horses. They're hobbled on the other side. Savrik is
they're near
within
Savrik?
feet of them.
Okay.
Yeah, within feet of these.
So what I would do then, perhaps as rangers or as huntsmen, we might have some kind of hand code or whatever, or a way to communicate non-verbally. But I would indicate like hold on your shot, right, and
gesture toward the horses.
Yeah, because if you can, the idea being that if you can,
I relax.
Release the
you
horses.
can tell I relax the tension. And I slightly drop it.
Yeah, and I'll hold mine up a little bit, but it's not at full draw, as you know. Which
I'll throw my bow on me right there and reach for my bone-handled knife, and it slink down low as I slide in toward cutting the hobbling, and smacking the back of the horses to get them to run off. After I cut them all. Right.
As you're doing this, sneaking down, preparing to cut, and Willem, you're finding your target. The gentleman in the cave stops Belric in the middle of his laughing and boasting, and he pulls up his tunic and he pulls from it what appears to be a wooden round cylinder, and he says, "And this, I would think Vadamad Mort would pay highly for this," as he flips it over to Belric, and Belric, of course, with food and a wooden spoon in hand, kind of catches it on his bowl, and he's like, "Damn fool," and he lets it drop to the ground. Faustus, you can see this from a distance. This is a scroll tube that somebody would carry important papers or a scroll in of some kind. So you can see this as it bounces off Belric. He lets it fall to the dirt as he cusses the guy. Don't throw things at me while I'm eating, fool. And so you see this now kind of sit in the dust. And he said, I just think we're going to get paid well, don't you think? And you've cut these hobbles free, Savard?
Yeah. Okay. As I'm doing, I'm hearing this going on. I'm cutting them free, and then I want to send the horses directly into the encampment to send some disarray, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I do. I smack them.
Okay.
And yell and get them to go right in there. I don't know how effective that's going to be.
Now, what your ultimate goal is to make it easier for Wilhelm or scatter them?
Scatter them. Well, certainly take their horses away, take their mode of transport.
Okay.
If you smack them and make them run out of camp, presumably somebody will have to chase them. I would think.
That's not what I'm doing, though. I'm sending right into camp, and like it'll be in your direction.
Okay.
But I'm hoping you have enough good sense to go nab the girl. But we can't bet at that.
Well, we'll see what happens.
So let's make a So with let's go ahead and make a luck check for you, Del. This is going to be so people at home know how I'm doing this. Belric is a DB11 difficulty. His minions are DB8. So you're going to roll once, but the horses could affect the minions or Belric or both, depending on how high you roll, right? And you're going to add.
Exactly.
Now, you've described, I'm assuming you would know how to drive these animals through husbandry toward these guys. So it's a mind check or a luck check, whatever's higher for you.
Honestly, I'm not necessarily a horseman. That's why I got off the horse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're not necessarily mine. So it's going to have to be luck, even though I do have a mind.
Okay.
That's more appropriate for the situation.
Yep.
But I'm gonna try to scatter the encampment and quickly draw my bow after that.
Okay.
And then aim while they're, you know what I mean.
And of course, the results of this would affect difficulty value for anything Wilhelm might do or Faustus might do, right? Okay.
Right.
So
go ahead.
I stop for a second before I do that. I'm about to slap, and I lower, and I stand between the horses and pull on my bow and aim it right toward Bellum.
Mm-hmm.
And see he's sitting there tumbling with the scroll. I'm gonna try to put it through his neck, but go sit him ass.
We'll see where the horses are at first. So make one roll, add your luck to it. We'll see how that affects the camp.
Okay, that is 8.
8. Okay, so the horses spooked, plow through, and the two, one standing by the fire, the one kneeling by the fire. The horses plow through, knocking those guys back onto their backs. Right, they would even suffer some damage here as these horses kind of trample those two. The poacher inside the cave guarding the girl is okay, and Belric, of course, watches this, kind of stumbles away back, and fast as you can see as he does, he kicks this codicil, for the lack of a better term, and it kind of tumbles off past the fire in the dirt, and he now is dropping his food and bowl, etc. And I would allow, obviously, Willem to react first to the chaos here. 2 poachers down. The one in the cave is okay, and Belric is okay. He's just stepped back from the chaos. They've trampled these guys and went through the fire.
Sure.
Right?
So you say that they're okay, but like, are they? Has the guy at the cave, has he moved, or is
It's
he
almost
still
happened
sort
so
of standing
fast. He's
guard?
kind of, what
Yeah.
the hell? It's like, why are the horses trampling
Kinda
through
take
the
it all
camp?
in.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Belvrick,
Sure.
on the other hand, is backing away from the trouble. Right.
Okay. So I think that what I want to do is with this chaos, I would like to get in as close as I can to the entrance to the cave without being seen.
Mhm.
Hopefully, with the idea that if he moves, I can then get in there. But I won't. I'm not going to risk like coming out into plain sight.
Right. His DV from this commotion, the one in the cave, the one that you're trying to get behind, I'm assuming trying to get past, he's at a DV6, so his DV comes down 2 points because of the commotion that Dell has caused. Right?
Okay. Yep. And so, am I rolling like body or luck? Or
It would be body. You're sneaking. Are you
Body,
attacking
yeah.
or just sneaking? Right.
No, sneaking.
Okay.
Yeah.
So body. So it'd be a 6 plus your body. Yeah.
Okay. So I got 11.
Okay. So yeah, you find yourself, into the cave mouth, kind of around behind into the darkness of the cave.
Oh, behind him.
Right.
Oh, all right. Cool.
Right. So he's watching these horses. The girl's kind of behind him. You've come in this side and kind of into the darkness of the cave now around. So you're kind of deeper in the mouth of the cave. Really able to come up to the girl.
Do I know where she is?
She's right there.
Can I hear her? She's right there.
You can see her right there under his feet.
Yeah.
Because he's got his back to her, but she's like right under his feet.
Yeah.
Belvrick, so Faustus, you have seen him step back and kick this codicil by accident kind of away.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what you want to do here, Faustus, if there's anything you want to do in this situation or watch.
It doesn't look like it's rolling or tumbling into the campfire or anything, does it?
Let's make a luck check. Let's do that.
Okay.
5. You need a 5 or better to...
Don't ask those questions.
If you're mad, I know, right? Yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
I thought it was
right?
down there with the 11. I was like, I was thinking, luckily it didn't go in the fire.
What'd you roll?
Well, I was gonna say 10. I got a 10.
Okay. Yeah. So no, he kicked it pretty good away from the fire, almost to the edge of the light of the fire. So it's been booted out there almost into the darkness to the edge of the fire with that roll.
Well, Faustus,
I probably would have stepped right over it as I was. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he'll skirt the edge of the light from the fire and start making his way, horses in tow, through that point.
Okay. So you're moving around toward it. Okay, not a problem. You can do that, dragging the horses along. And we're back around to Savric. As you smack these horses, you've seen what's transpired. You have no idea where Willem's at, as you're in such a way that he would be blocked by the mouth of the cave. You don't know. You saw him come out of the woods and into the cave, but you don't know where he's at in the cave, so to speak.
I'm placing my trust in him, and
right.
As far as our silent communication,
right.
But yeah, I'll stand up as I'm walking forward, pull that bow, aim at him, and try to hit center mass in Bellum.
Yep. Go ahead and make a roll. This is a combat roll, so now you have a poor bow, so it's a -1. So what's your body?
Oh yeah, no, it's 2 for combat.
Yeah, but -1 for a poor bow.
Yes.
Right? Because I think you have a poor bow, right? You have an excellent dagger, but a poor bow.
You are
so
correct.
let me double check. Let's make sure we got this right. So your combat is 2, but with the bow, it's a 0. Because it's body 1, bow is -1, so 0 modifier for the bow for you.
Okay.
However, again, he has no idea you're there. He is... the DV value is down 2 from the effect of the horses on this turn, as he's preoccupied with dodging the horses. So you need a 9 or better, sir.
No, 2.
2, you said? Okay. So all right. Willem, you're in this cave in the darkness. The girl is. You could almost reach out, and with like 2 steps, you could have hold of the girl. Mm-hmm. He's standing right there above her. So you're within 5 feet of them in this kind of in the darkness behind them, deeper in the cave. This arrow off into space He may not have even noticed the arrow, zipped off into the darkness. Faustus, you're coming around to pick up the scroll. So we go from here. Belvric, at this point now, yells at the two getting up. Get the horses, you fools! And these two that were knocked down are up and scrambling off into the dirt, off chasing the horses into the darkness. The two that were knocked down. The other one, let's make a luck check for you, Willem, to see if he spins around to keep his eye on the girl. As he's been spooked by this, he's going to double check the girl.
Okay, so I have a 9.
Yep, that's good. He's an 8. His DV is an 8. So he turns, and you just see as he starts to turn, and you step back into the darkness just in time, and he looks at the girl, and then he turns back around toward Belvic. And then you can see it's like he's thinking, does he mean me too? Do I chase the horses too? Because he just barked out a general order. Yeah. So you can see him. He's like he's thinking, am I supposed to also go after the horses? Right? And Belvric is kicking around the bowl of upturned that he dropped on the ground. He's kicking now his bowl of stew into the fire.
Okay. I'm silently willing this guy to be like, yes, I should actually go help with the horses, but I don't know if it'll work. No,
unless you're claiming you have a little a magic ability here, right? Are you claiming?
I'm going to use a word of power. Which no, just kidding. I do not have any magic.
Okay.
No.
So
I would just be waiting to try. I would be getting closer and closer to Joy.
Okay.
With and hopefully if she can see me, I would like.
Yeah, you've been so good. He hasn't seen you, and she hasn't seen you. I mean, she's she's gagged, bound, and she sees these horses scatter and guys get knocked down. So she's probably
all right.
terrified.
Then in that case, I'll probably wait in the shadows because I don't want her to get startled and make a noise or jump and then have him turn around. So I'm going to wait right where I am just to see what happens next. Yeah.
All right. Savric, you have launched an arrow into the darkness. Faustus, what are you doing? You two?
How close am I to that scroll?
With the horses? Yeah, it's feet as you walk around with the horses. And you're looking in the darkness past the light of there it is in the grass.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's my goal unless I am intercepted by.
I know, and you see the two poachers up off the ground running past. They're 15 feet from you, off into the darkness, yelling after the horses. Yep. And it's there, so you can pick it up if you want to. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I will pick it up.
Okay.
Place it inside my clothing.
Okay. And what are you doing here, Savric?
Yeah, you can, Faustus, you can hear me run, streak across. Once that arrow, I'm right behind it, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And putting it on there, pulling my dagger, I'm going straight for Bellum.
Okay.
And my intent is to tackle him and pick him up and put the knife to his neck. That's all in one motion.
Okay.
So let's have it at the ready.
So let's make your combat check with a dagger, but let's also add your prestige to that because you're right. Yeah. You are not trying to hurt him. You're trying to arrest him, so to speak, apprehend him.
No, I'll kill him. But right now, I need somebody to.
Okay. So then it's a straight combat check, then, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. It's not going to be.
His DV is recovered after the horses. He's ordered men to go, so he's back up to his normal DV of 11.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to when he's turning around and squawking at them.
Right.
That's when I take and I see it miss. I drop and run to try to tackle him to get it up to.
Okay.
Anyway, so
add 2 to your roll.
Dagger, 2, and 1 of body, so it's 3.
Okay. Total roll?
Okay. No, I'm about to roll it right now.
Oh.
Okay, so 8.
8. All right, so you hit him. Out of the corner of his eye, flash, maybe because he's more aware now. He's no longer telling stories and shoveling food in his mouth. He's a little irritated. He's kicking his food in. he sees a flash of you come out of the darkness, and he steps away, backs away, and you see him in a flash flip open his cloak, and he draws his long sword and levels it at you, kind of giving you a quick nudge back toward the fire. You feel the flames under your feet as you find yourself standing in the fire on this, right? And you would be, at this point, you are fatigued, right? You've got a condition of fatigued, right, in a failed combat check. Combat can be dangerous. If you fail, you can suffer, right? So you see this now, Willem. You're literally watching the girl kind of timing what you want to do, and you see the flash. You see Bellum, and you see your warden friend standing now, almost basically his feet. He's kicking out of the fire, right, as he's been kind of pushed off into the fire by Bellum. Sword is at full length. As again, you see this goatee smiles. You now can see he's missing his front teeth as he smiles at you, Saverick. And they did manage to follow us. I thought this was too easy. I should have known. And he levels his sword, ready to fight you. Willem, you see the other poacher step out, and again, he's drawing a smaller, kind of rattier. This would be a poor grade weapon, right? So he draws the guy that was guarding the girl. You see him step forward.
Okay.
Faustus, if you, of course, see all of this, right, from the darkness of the edge of the light of the fire.
And where is Joy Washburn?
She is. You can see. Matter of fact, you would have come right around where you're literally parallel to the mouth of the cave. You cannot see Willem in the dark, but you see the girl laying up against the wall of the cave, and he is standing between you and the girl. And Belvrick and Saverick now are right in the middle of the camp. In a face-to-face, weapons out, right?
Can I see? Can I see Faustus? Would I know that he's there? Or would I not be able to see him?
He's just out of the light of the fire, and with the fire basically between you two, I would think it would be almost more blinding. Right? Yeah. But if you want to focus on seeing,
I don't. No, because I'm trying to decide at this point what to do, and so I think. Oh man! So I'm hesitating, and I look to to Joy. Can I tell? Is she bound or
her hands are bound with looks like burlap, like torn from a burlap bag.
Sure.
Her feet are not bound. She's soiled where she's been dropped on the ground and tied and dirty. She's been crying. Her face is matted with mud from the dust and the dirt. And she's been crying.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
Does Faustus see Willem at all? Or is it the fire blinding?
Probably not yet.
No, you can see the girl because they're in the fire light in the mouth of the cave, but Willem is actually in the darkness of the cave.
Yeah.
Where he stepped back so that poacher wouldn't see him on the successful on that successful check, right? So unless Willem steps out of that darkness, no one's going to see him, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. So what I'm going to do is I make the decision that I'm going to try to take the advantage to get Joy out of here. So I will step over to Joy as silently as I can, and I would whisper, young Mr. Washburn, don't worry. It's William. It's Willem. I think perhaps she would know my name because, of the boar incident.
She would definitely remember you, right? I mean, that would be one of those things that a kid never forgets, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And so I would say, are you able to stand? In just like barely audible whisper.
Yeah. So let's make let's go ahead. 5 difficulty. Let's make a luck check to see how she responds.
I rolled a 12.
Yeah.
Not a natural 12.
Okay. So she's not only does she respond, she rolls in your direction, almost reaching for you like to hug you, but her hands are bound. And then as you say, can you get up? She starts to get to her feet. You can see now her eyes are big.
Yeah.
And she's you can see her start to cry more like, she recognizes you.
Right. And I would And I would say, stay behind me.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that roll, the other poacher now steps into the fray against Savrik. So Savrik, not only are you at the length of his sword, this other poacher is now encroaching into the battle. His successful roll has pushed this poacher into your face.
Yeesh.
Okay.
So you're facing the poacher with his ratty short sword and Belric, right?
Yeah. There's two zealots. As I've righted myself and stood up, and now I'm you might as well turn yourself in, Belric. This is going to come to no good. We have you. I have been on the outskirts of this clearing right now. Your other men have been taken. And I'll say it a little bit loud. And I'll say, Faustus, are the men out there?
And
You're at the ready. Take aim.
May I use the word of power ability to perhaps give my voice authority?
Damn straight. Yeah.
Impact.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do I need to do in order to make that happen then?
It's a mind check, and you're basically casting an illusion type spell, right?
Audible illusion. Yeah.
Right.
Audible.
Yeah, it's just
So you'll give me.
So mind is generally, when you use words of power that's not related to prayer, it's usually mind. It can be something else too, but here it sounds like you're conjuring. Now, are you trying to sound like multiple men, or are you trying to sound like one badass? I mean, I mean, how does this sound?
I will shout out. Excuse me, and perhaps try to give the illusion that there's an answering voice out there as well.
Okay.
You know,
like throw your voice, sort of speak.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will say I, Savrik, the men have just arrived and they are at the rear waiting for your orders. And then I will have another voice say, "We are here, Lord."
Oh, nice.
Okay,
then I'll have roll and make a mind check.
Yep, and this is gonna lower his DV11. Savrik set this up, so it'd be down to a 10. So you need to beat with your mind check. You're looking for a 10 or better, right? Adding your mind to it.
No.
9.
Oh,
not that much.
So Bevrick hears this, and he looks out, and then he realizes he can just on the edge of the fire see a couple of horses, and he hears the voice come from these horses on the edge of the fire, light of the fire, and he looks down, smiling at you, Savrik, and before you realize it, is forward on you, and he puts a stab into your left shoulder. So it's going to bring you down to another wound. You're now down to battered, right? As he kind of hears this, looks up, and then takes advantage of it, smiling, and drives his sword into your left shoulder.
Okay.
Oh, man.
So you're at battered now. And again, now the fire, though, is really... He kind of went over the fire to jab you in the shoulder. You're kind of on the other side of the fire. So kind of the fire's between you two. The poacher now is circling your left. So you've been stabbed in the left. The poacher is circling around to your left, right, Del? So you've got the poacher's not yet acted against you, but he is angling to get in a good position with his rattier, shorter sword.
Okay. Yeah, but in this time I'm fully engaged, so looks like I played one of my last cards. So as he jabs in, I guess he retrieves in a way.
Well, I'm sorry?
So
yeah, I mean, he just kind of smiled
right?
when he realized somebody was out there in the darkness. It kind of squeaked out this thing, and he reached, and before you knew it, jabbed across the fire into your shoulder. Right, but but he's basically, again, there's a fire.
I'm kicking the fire up at him.
Nice.
An explosive, and then going in with the dagger too, like with as he's pulling it out.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try to do that.
Okay, Will, what are you doing with the girl? now she's up. She's reaching for you
Yeah,
out of the darkness.
Well, so I had picked her up and I said, follow right behind me. And I have my bow at this point, pulled. And I guess as we're coming out of the cave, I guess I would probably see Faustus at this point, right? Because he's right there.
Yep.
So I think
standing in the darkness with the horses.
Yeah, right. So what I would do is I would like kind of my bow is trained, so I would kind of nod to him and say like the girl's right behind me, and then I would kind of say, girl, go to Faustus, or not girl, I would say, Joy, run to Faustus and the horses.
Okay.
And then if I can, I would like to loose an arrow.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
At the poacher.
Okay.
Yeah, because he was circling. So
right. Gotcha.
Yes, I will do that. Now, he would be unaware of me, right? Because he's
nobody's aware of you at all, except the girl.
Oh,
Faustus.
Perfect.
Now you've made yourself aware.
Yeah. So I rolled an 11.
Okay.
I think my bow is good. So does that add a plus
0?
1?
So good is 0.
Okay.
Excellent is plus 1.
Okay.
Or is minus 1. No weapon
Gotcha.
is minus 2. You don't want to be in a combat with no weapon, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then a total of 12 because I have a body of 1.
Nice. Okay. That's so that arrow drives into him from the darkness. All of a sudden, the poacher looks up as this arrow is sticking out of his.
I don't intend to kill him by any means. So what I would try to do is shoot him in the leg or the torso. I don't want to kill him. Essentially.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. So
he's down though because this would kill him unless you choose not to.
Right, and I will choose not to.
Yeah. So, but he's down. You hear him yell out at Saverick out of the corner of your eye. You see him drop his weapon down to the ground, holding his thigh, holding the arrow, rolling around on the ground in agony as this arrow's gone maybe completely through his leg. And Saverick, you were about to attack Belvrick.
Exactly. This what I'm doing in a motion of kicking up and then coming in with a dagger.
Okay.
Pivoting around his sword, he's just withdrew from it. You made a mistake.
Okay.
Is Saverick using his special dagger, Del?
Yeah. It's plus 2. Yeah.
Bone handle dagger.
It's in the bone. Okay. So that is. Oh my God! Natural 11 plus 3.
Nice.
Bam.
Okay. So Belvrick, describe how you attack him. You don't kill him, but you wound him pretty good here.
Oh yeah, definitely. Whenever I come inside, I come inside of his torso, right?
Okay.
Because I'm just pivoting around and then with the dagger that I had previously had in my hand, and it sinks into his side.
Okay.
And I'll pull. It's slightly serrated, for carving belts and whatever like that. But I'll pull it out with a rip like a zipper.
And he barks out in agony as he spins away from that. So he also pulls himself off at the same time as they double and swings around with his sword. You see him take this the half hand with the second hand, and he's swinging it over the top against you here. So Wilhelm, what are you doing? Well, not yet. Don't roll yet, Adele. Faustus. Yeah. So you're seeing now this melee. You see the poacher go down. You see the girl come running. She hits you in the legs and like she's trying to grab hold. But again, her hands are tied. But she runs right up into you, like she would have probably grabbed you around the waist, but she can't. And you also hear calls from the 2 poachers that ran off into the dark. You hear them calling back. They're probably within 30 or 40 feet in the darkness. As you hear, they might be coming back. The 2 poachers. The other 2 poachers.
Okay. I will take the dagger that Willem gave me, and I will cut her findings.
Okay.
And then Faustus will yell out into the darkness that we've captured your master, and unless you are going to throw your arms down and head back with us, you better leave now, or you'll be next.
All right. Now is this a word of power again, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, no, not a word of power.
Okay.
He's going to hope that
A bluff.
these two he just may be able to bluff them.
Okay, so
Yeah,
let's
that's
make a
what he's trying to do.
prestige roll against
Prestige,
these two poachers in the darkness.
Okay.
You're trying to beat 6.
Okay, I was going to say there's a 7, so.
Okay, 7?
Yeah.
Okay, you hear them. You don't really hear them respond, but within a few seconds, you can hear the horses neigh, and you can hear the clatter of their hooves as they're riding away into the darkness. So these two, it sounds like they mounted up and rode off into the darkness. So you can kind of breathe a sigh there that they may have escaped, but at least they're not coming. And Savrik, you're going to be in a defense here as you're about to take a role in combat against Belvric. Willem, what are you doing? Is the poachers down? You can see the girl with Faustus. You hear Faustus bark out into the darkness.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Did the poacher like drop his weapon when he fell?
Yep.
Okay. What I'd like to do, if I can, is approach him. And what was he holding? Was it a sword or a knife?
It was a pretty bad short sword. I mean, it's a poor quality short sword.
Yeah. Well, that's fine.
But it's better than no weapon, right?
Yeah. What I would try to do, I think, is come over and I'd put my bow away. I'd grab up his short sword, and then if I would kind of like put it on his neck or whatever, and I would say, don't make a move. Don't make me have to kill you. And then I would be looking around to see if there's any like cloth or pelts or anything that I could use to bind him.
Yeah, but you're going to have to affect him.
You wouldn't necessarily get them yet, but I'm just looking to see if there's anything nearby.
You can see when you pelts. These guys have been living here and poaching and skinning and probably selling the meat right.
I'm basically hearing that the other guys would have run away. The horses taking off or whatever. The girl seems safe, although she's with Faustus, and that has been proven that that's not exactly safe. But at least for Joy. But
yeah, poor Joy.
Yeah, so
she's learning her Latin, but everything else is dangerous.
Yeah, and clearly Belveric is a much more accomplished fighter than I am, so I'm going to keep this guy subdued.
Okay, the one that's down.
The sword, if I can. Yes, make sure that he stays down. Yeah.
Now, I will tell you, you can tell when you look down, he's in such agony, bleeding out. Mm-hmm. He is not a threat. He ain't going anywhere.
He's not. Okay. Well, then in that case, I think what I might do then is if it's clear that he's really not any threat, then I think what I would do is I would go and I would try to get some like pelts or cloth or something to bind the wound as much as I could, and to bind his hands and feet.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not going to be difficult to do. All right, Savrik. So Belvric stepping away from this plunge into his guts is now taking both hands upon his sword, and he's swinging down across. So let's make a combat roll here to see how you fare. He is now, as you have done, he is now at a DV 9, though. You have reduced his DV.
Yep.
So he's wounded and going down.
11 total.
Oh, and so describe how you when
the swords come
wound him again, right?
Yeah, when I hit him in the side and he pulls back that long sword, which is a bit hefty, and he winces while he's trying to cartwheel it around onto me. But that gives me enough time to use, as I'm pulling off, I'm using the knife as a way to pivot down out of the way of the sword.
Mm-hmm.
And then I take the knife out again and I jab it up a little bit in front of me, like, under the solar plexus as I pull out and I go like that.
Shit. So it's like, foop, foop, right? It's like two quick jabs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he screams out, and do you leave the weapon in him, or are you pulling the weapon out? What?
Oh, no. I'm not in presence of mind to leave it in him. I still need it in my hand, right?
Okay.
So,
so he staggers away and drops his hands from his, and grabs his, where you've stabbed him twice, really in the solar plexus. He looks up at you. He's not dead, but he's bleeding profusely. Drops his weapon and you see his blood now making a muddy, kind of a mud puddle around his feet as he stands there bleeding.
I know how to gun an animal, Bellic.
Yeah, no longer smiling. The color is draining from his face as he's bleeding, and he stands there, kind of in a stupor. Can't believe it.
Okay, give her up, Bellic. What's his name? Bellic.
Bellic.
Yeah, give her up, Bellic.
Wasn't it Belveric?
Where's the
Yeah,
girl?
it's Belvric. Belvric.
Belvric.
But you can call him anything you want because he's a you wouldn't care what his name is.
I don't care.
Yeah.
He's too much.
He's not even hearing you. I mean, he's standing there bleeding. He's almost can't. And the reality is, he will die unless you treat him. As he falls to a knee.
I walk up to him and grab the back of his hair and put the knife up to his throat. Give her up. Where's the girl? Where's the Lord's girl? And he's just white-faced.
Yeah, he's...
If I hear him say that, I would say, I've got her, Saverick. She's safe.
Okay, right when you do, I dig in and draw that knife across his throat.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then drop it.
Yeah, I don't know how you want to... if you let him go or push him back or what... He might stay there for a while in a kneeling position as he bleeds out, unless you push him over.
I almost imagine, like if you
push
him over,
I get the back of his head, so just the momentum for me letting it go, he's going to fall backwards like a timber,
Okay. And you're standing there now, among one man down, writhing as Willem. Willem ties up the poacher that's wounded, is treating his arrow wound. Faustus, you've watched on as Belveric lay there dying. The girl clinging to you now that you've cut her hands free. She's literally locked around your waist.
Are you out there?
I make sure she's turned away from that scene of it made it, just blatant violence.
Don't let her see it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right. Right.
That's what you get for poaching the king's animals. It's death.
Right.
I mean, that's what it is. He's an outlaw. He's a known outlaw. He's already been,
Right.
poaching too. And I'll just wipe it off and walk over there. And Faustus, are you out there? Bring the horses in the light. Bring the horses in the light. Bring the girl. Where is she?
He'll pick the girl up and gather the reins, and then slowly come into the light of the campfire.
Yeah.
Here.
This group has been harassing and poaching the travelers to the city, and no doubt you heard them speak of their league with Mort. Now I don't know anything. I'm not going to say anything about the tube. The holder of the scroll, because I don't really know what that is, but I did hear him say that.
I'll say two escaped, and I'll nod in the direction that I believe that they rode off in. Unfortunately,
yeah, and that would be south. That would be the southeast direction, or let me see, southwest direction.
Presumably heading towards
Vadamot,
where it's rumored Mort would be.
Yeah. Southwest would definitely be towards Vadamot.
Because they basically said,
Yeah,
heading to Von Mort, no doubt.
Yeah.
And but we've got the girl. Miss, are you okay? Let's think of a joy.
Yeah, she peeks up from has her face buried in Faustus's neck or chest, and she'll kind of peek up at you and shiver, and tuck her head back into his chest. You're probably bloody and sweaty and kind of scary to look at right now.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't realize that, but I do grab her chin and look at her to make sure she's all right.
Yeah, she's just been crying, and she's dirty and filthy and crying.
And I look at Faustus. So now will you take her to the Lord? since you've
Why
almost
wouldn't I?
jeopardized. Yeah, you almost.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
you didn't take the children earlier.
I'll
So
say,
you just
didn't
said,
you
"Why wouldn't
hear?
I?" And then I just look at
Didn't
it.
you hear that there was a woman who, an ally of theirs within the town that gave them information? Did you not hear that with those large ears of yours?
Large ears. Okay, I look at you.
Snap. No.
You know, yeah.
Yeah.
I look at you kind of, my hair is long. It's kind of shaggy and grown out or whatever. And I have a little bit of a Slavic accent on me, when I speak. Y'all don't recognize it or whatever. But and I kind of get quiet. A woman, you say?
Yes.
I could not discern as much from the din of the horses. And my focus.
Warrior's discernment. Typical.
Okay, you would take a step back, and I don't press it any further because I'm already in too deep, as it were. But be that as it may, we need to get the Lord's child back to him. Mistress, stick close to your ward, and turn around to Willem. Shall we saddle up and head back? We need to report this to Washburn.
Well, and I'm still kind of standing over the injured man. And I would say, yeah, and I would, and he's bound, and I would say, I'll drape him over my horse, and I can lead him back to face the Lord's justice. And then, do the horses have saddlebags?
Sure.
On them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would be looking, and I would be like, perhaps we should.
We are the Lord's justice, boy. We're his arm out here. You know how to deal justice. But be that as it may,
Well,
and then
perhaps he would have answers that we seek. So
Just
I will
keep
leave
up.
that to somebody that is more skilled at that than I. But that's fine. But I say, don't wait for me. I can make my way
be
back.
that
I
as
know.
it may, he's short burden. And then I'll get on the horse, whatever. And
Okay. So Faustus and Saverick are riding back. Is that it?
I'll point to Saverick and I'll say, won't you take the body of that blackguard there as evidence and proof?
Evidence.
Or is your word enough?
Oh, her word is enough. She's
a child.
And hearing this, I would say, there's enough room on my horse for two of them. And I would start.
Yeah. Willem, as you
up onto the horse.
No, don't leave it to me. I'll cut his head off and just take his head. You know what I mean? That's what I start.
That's
to
fine.
do.
If you
I'll
do that, you take his head. Yeah. Okay. Ooh.
While you're cutting his head off,
I would be visibly shaken by that.
With his long sword, I need to have that, and I'm picking up all the pelts around there.
Yeah, the long sword is of excellent quality. It's a beautiful weapon.
Oh, jeez.
He wears again very nice boots. His armor is fitted. It is of leather, kind of hard boiled leather armor. It is beautiful. It is not marked by Mort's
insignia or whatever.
Yeah,
a lot of pilfering. I survive off the land.
Yep. So he's got very nice armor, a great longsword. I should say an excellent longsword. The armor may even be excellent. It might require a blacksmith to identify the real quality of it. It is fitted to him. He is a larger man than all of you, right?
Okay.
Boots are of high quality.
If the sword was had been knocked from his hand or was laying down next to him or whatever, I would have picked it up.
Okay.
But then I would approach Saverick and I would hold it out to him and I would say, "You defeated him. It's only just that you take his sword."
Okay. I did say you picked up the sword earlier.
I picked it up and it was bringing it over towards you.
As he finishes sawing off the Belverick's head with his dagger.
Yeah.
No, I would have taken the sword to do that.
Sword, okay.
To finish. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Nice.
No,
Willem,
if proof, it's a moot point to me because our word. But I'm not going to sit there and argue about it when we need to fast track the girl.
Right.
With this fop of a nobleman in this. So what I do is just I get I do that, but you're pro for me to keep the sword right there. So I look at the sword, and it's not necessarily good for skinning pelts or doing whatever. And you're my ward, and that's what's going on in my head. But I look at you and I say, "No, you got the girl, and mayhaps you need this to better defend the southern regions. It seems that Mort's men are crawling upon this area. I shouldn't leave my rangers here defenseless. Take the sword."
Thank you, Master. Thank you. And I would go and I would probably grab the scabbard that was from the body as well.
Yeah, again, this has fine leather scabbard. It is marked with some. You can't call it a language. It looks almost like druidic runes marked on the scabbard. They are burned into the scabbard. Mm-hmm. Right? Might be a language, but it would be in druid. It would be in like pagan symbols or something.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I would have learned my letters so that I could like read signs and maps, but that's about it. So I wouldn't know anything about runes. Yeah, they just look like whatever.
Both of you quickly assess. They have probably 8 to 10 pelts. You both quickly in your head do the math. They've probably been here a month by the number of kills they have and pelts they have. They have cooking.
Do they have a bear pelt?
Like a rabbit stew, huh?
Do they have a bear pelt?
No, not on these. Deer, fox, and mostly deer and fox with some rabbit pelts. Probably the stew, rabbit stew. Again, you can't see into the back of the cave. Only about 5 feet into the cave is lit by the fire that's burning. I'm not certain, Willem. You can tell me, Willem, if you would have ever checked this cave fully in your rounds.
No, I don't think so, because I think probably the last time I was here, it was clear that a bear either lived there or was nearby. Okay. Now I don't know, but I wouldn't have checked it thoroughly. No.
Okay. So in that sense, you have no idea what's in the cave. That you can't tell from here, right? Right. You have 3 horses. You have one dead head, the head of a dead man, and you have the wounded poacher draped over your horse, Willem. So do you all want to ride back now? Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'll take the armor, maybe you can be, but really I'm not looking at anything myself. And why I did opt to take Faustus's word on that is maybe it will give me some more coin showing that. You know what I mean?
So you strip off his leather breastplate.
And you got to take his armor and his weapon.
Yeah, it's got 2 nice holes in it where you drove your dagger through it into his right.
And it's out between the plates, or between the bowl. But anyway, that's all I'm doing. Okay. Maybe he could play, but it is proof. It is wise to take the head of this well-known outlaw and say that he's out of the picture.
Okay.
And he could be worth a little bit of coin if the Lord see fit.
Okay.
But I know that we can take the pelts and sell them because we have rights, each of us, to hunt small game, turn it into pelts. The Lord allows it.
Okay.
But only we do. Anyway.
So you pack up all this stuff, right, on the horses, and you're headed back. The girl, again, clings tightly to you, Faustus, as you ride. You don't get very far as you run into a small group of Lord Washburn's men as they've come out hunting for her. So on the path back, you meet on the path back Lord Washburn among them. As he is, you see when they ride up on you and they see you, Faustus, he dismounts and he rushes to her and pulls her free from you. They embrace, and he turns to take his child back over and get on the horse. They all chat with you and learn, Willem. They learn from you, Saverick and Willem and Faustus, what transpired.
Yep.
And as he turns to mount his horse with his girl, he cuts you. If looks could kill, Faustus, one of those looks, right? And then he orders his men and everybody back to Dredge. Thank the Lord, we have my joy back, and you can fill me in on what occurred on the ride back. So as you ride back in the darkness, you all tell them what had happened, what transpired, and he tells you, well, it will be, we will still, fortunately, the summer festival will not be marred by the kidnapping of my child. And
I said, don't be too hard on him, Lord. He did, this villain, which I'll issue to the head, was quite notorious, as you well know. So he did at broad daylight fetch the girl amongst the crowd, and at least Faust.
So you helped by saying it was broad daylight. No, I'm kidding. No,
Right.
he doesn't.
Well,
he doesn't condemn. I mean, he doesn't
the
speak
crowd
to
in the
Faustus,
middle of a throng of people.
Right.
But
Yeah,
but he
it's not
did
gonna
at least.
matter. This is the
He did at
second
least help
time
us
the youngest
require.
daughter is on. Yeah.
He doesn't scold Faustus in front of you. He doesn't
Yeah.
speak to Faustus. He listens to what you say. He heeds what you say, Saverick, but he doesn't respond. He's not going to.
Well, ultimately, he's the judge. I just dropped him out to saying that he was helpful in requiring her, and that the situation in the throng of people like that, it can't be too,
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, it
that's
is.
That's all.
All that matters is that we will have our summer festival and she is safe. As you ride back,
Indeed, my lord.
he does issue direct orders to you, Willem. I have heard the rumors of what's happening in the southern border, and this is evidence that Vladimir Mort is trying desperately to harm me and my family. And he orders you, Willem, to increase your vigilance, and he will send 2 young soldiers to aid you in watching the border during this festival.
Okay.
And he basically tells you, I don't want to see you at the festival. You need to be guarding these roads, this border, until festival's over. If you have to, you will send word back with one of my men, but I need you to up your. And he says to you, Saverick, we don't have this particular danger on the northern border. And he tells you, Saverick, you should stay and aid Willem here in the south until the summer festival's over in the next 10 days. We got 5 days till the festival.
For half a second is I need to get back and tend to my thing. But so be a pause, and I'll reluctantly say, okay, yes, my lord. But I'm not Willem's freaking second. You know what I mean? This is his territory.
No, he's just ordering in general.
No,
he's
I'm trying to
ordering
take.
you guys. Right.
Yeah.
I know, but that's why the pause. You know what I mean? And then I'm like, because I got things to tend to. But
they will wait.
Wisdom, Lord,
The Vladimir Mort is now perpetrated direct action upon my family, and we cannot have him spoil.
Yeah,
the
perhaps it is due wisdom to have me come down and command this area. Now,
just for the next 10 days, right? And he's not telling you to do it now. You can head back with him to brief him in the morning, right? Exactly what's going on, and then as you arrive back, hand the horses over to Dar, deliver the pelts to the tanner. And he tells you, Faustus, as his maidens of the house, housekeeper, etc., take the girl back up to the manse. He says to you, Faustus, that he would like meeting with you in the morning. Seek audience with me in the morning, Faustus. Yeah, and
Very well.
that is where we'll draw the curtain on the first night in Dark Age of Man campaign session 1.
All right.
So that just
Great job, guys.
not even a night. It was fun. Got it done in 2 hours. Not too bad. Again, a little formal, a little
It didn't
sloppy.
seem like 2 hours.
No, as I was trying to engage the rules as well as the. Now I won't have to do this as much, in the next session. I'm hoping to go where we just it gets invisible, right? The mechanics will become invisible after a couple of these sessions, right? So hopefully it helped to know the DV and why I modified the DV, David. Hopefully that works. Why we called on the call. I mean, it's pretty easy, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. In a sense, it's right or wrong. In a sense, if you don't even call it out for me in particular, it's fine.
Well, yeah, and that's how the system's meant to be run. You don't necessarily give the DV out, but just so people know the kind of how I do it, the timing of it, right?
What they're yeah. So
we don't,
and it would be interesting, even if you didn't call it all, just to kind of go with the flow, so to speak, and just just embrace the story, so to speak.
Exactly.
You
know?
And that's embrace the role,
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah. And again,
I'm good.
Because I'm completely naive. I know the situation. I know the setup. I know your characters, and then I roll a random seed, and that can affect play within a few seconds, as it did in this. We were already immediately the first roll I made ended up being what the session was about, right?
Yeah.
And then the second roll I made was poachers. So I said, well, I'll just make the three other guys he's with poachers, and they've been poaching, and then they've got another gig here with Vadamot. And then the last one I rolled was Ancient Scroll, which you don't know you don't know yet what that is, David. Neither do I. We find that out in play, right? So I thought, well, here's a great way to introduce one of the poachers says, and we have this, and there it is.
Yeah.
I've introduced Ancient Scroll to the scene. What you guys do with it is entirely up to you.
Did Faustus pick that up? I can't remember.
Yes,
yeah,
he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah.
So I only rolled three, and all three showed up.
Description,
all three showed up in session. I could have held any of them in my back pocket. Ancient Scroll. I could have introduced poachers or Ancient Scroll anytime, but I thought I'm gonna keep having interesting variables come up. So anyway, that's that. And you're in pretty bad shape, right? I think you're injured, aren't you, Saverick? You took 3 wounds in that combat, didn't you?
No, I'm battered. No, wait a minute. No, I took 2.
You took fatigue, battered, and then I thought you did third.
Battered.
No, you're right. Fatigued and battered. Right. You missed injured, right?
Yeah. So
you would need at least a couple of days to get back to normal, right?
Well, according to the rules.
Yeah. The battered, you only need rest. Injured, you would need either healing or days.
Rest. Okay.
So battered, you can kind of recover within a night's rest, right? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So as far as
but 2 more, and he would have been injured than dying. He would have been literally dying in the right.
Well, I was going to say, like David was saying, like embrace the story, and a lot of this it's almost like counterintuitive to be mentioning the mechanics behind it.
Yes,
because they do stay so out that you have to stop and say, okay, this is what we're doing. We're rolling for that.
Yeah, which is why I wanted to do it this way, just so people know. Exactly.
Yeah, it's more like how to AP.
For sure. Yeah.
A how to AP that there are mechanics, but they're kind of, like I say, under the hood, and you just play, which allows us to. But I was going to ask David, what did you feel about whenever whenever you tried to call out? When my character called out to you, and then you had to interpret on your own, as far as your own concept of answering with multiple voices, even though it didn't pan out. But
I may not have delved as deeply as I should, but in reading what I did read in the PDF, it did kind of leave it open to interpretation. I don't know if that's that was you guys did that.
We actually want it to be vague enough that people can bring their own juice, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Well, not really being sure how heavy. I get the impression that magic is not very heavy in this environment. So I went with my gut feeling, which was more so a little bit of science flavored with maybe a little bit of mysticism.
Yeah.
So that was my interpretation. So that's what I went through.
And magic can be. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, my initial thought was to maybe say that Faustus may have had a a skin or a decanter of wine or something with him, or alcohol, and have thrown that into the fire in order for the flames to burst up and to use that as a distraction.
You can do all of that.
But but I figured, well, let me kind of push things and see. Basically, I'll be honest, let me see what I can get away with.
Yeah, well, and
if it had been too much, then I was assuming that Jason would say, well, you can do A or B, but
so nothing,
that's not really
nothing is too much. Whatever you say is true. If a roll fails, the more amazing you make it, the more I might
fantastical, the more got it.
The more I might push the difficulty value up, right?
That makes sense, yeah.
But any roll you make is in combat in particular. If you make the roll, you'll cause whatever you want to cause or damage. And if you fail the roll, though, you could, obviously it could. Then I'm going to complicate it. It's either going to change situation or complicate, right? So it's pretty. Yeah. So, but no, there's magic can be almost as much as you want it to be, right? So we use words of power, but really to activate it, you state what you're doing, whether you're using technology or you're using mixing a potion or using oil to throw on the fire, or you are actually, casting a spell, right?
Casting. Okay.
Yep. And then you impart kind of what you want the effect to be, right. And then how crazy you go. Like I'm gonna cast push and launch Belvric into the cave. Right?
Yeah.
That's going to do its normal damage, but the difficulty might go up to, say, a 12 on that. He was an 11. So, by the way, Belvric was a Vadamot mercenary, so he's a pretty high DV. 11,
I got
tough.
That impression,
Yeah.
So
anyway, you could have said that.
Oh, go ahead.
And then if you succeed that roll, he would actually suffer the damage, like any combat damage, but he would also suffer what you were doing, pushing him away from Severick into the cave, for instance, if you wanted to use like some kind of weaponized magic, right? It's there's just no bonus because you don't have like a magical tool like a rod like if you get an excellent rod or something, then it would give you a bonus to your magic, right?
But a lot of that is dependent upon the concept that you have the character.
Bingo.
And so when you play in these characters in the headspace, you're going to say this character wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
So how can I interpret that by what this character is?
And there's the other thing is that he has no idea how either Willem or Saverick would respond to something overt.
Yep.
So
that's
it was smarter for him to maybe,
be low key for now.
The thing about it, like I feel like people when they encounter word of power in this, it I think people get too meta with it. It really, because the thing that I've noticed and what happened when I was playing the priest character, and then again when I was rolling or running for these guys, it's really more instinctual, right? This game is very instinctual, and if you're a it's basically like Fate, but you don't write down aspects,
right?
And you don't, you know what I mean? It's like you just kind of naturally know what they're going to be.
Yeah, you are what you say you are.
If you're a veteran role player, you know, and you kind of understand the setting, right? Then you play with what makes sense within the setting, right? So, for me, my character being a ranger, I have the concept that he really has no mystical abilities. He's not religious. Like I put 0 in spirit. Right. But if I was playing, say, a Danish blood witch, or if I was playing but
we would know that by how you
a priest
tell us who you are. And so as we start the campaign, we drop you on your head, tell me where you're at, who you are.
Right.
If you tell me you're a Danish blood witch, we're all going, okay. Yeah. That's legit. I mean, that's what, and then how you present him in session. What you say you do, what you say you are, matters. A die roll will determine whether you're successful or not. It's pretty simple, right?
Right. And the thing that I think is really, and so I did a video about this, and I know we talked about this at length, but the bottom line for me was that words of power are really just a description of your description, so to speak.
Correct.
And that and it can be anything from, like it could activate, say, prestige, right? If you pull out, let's say we play these sessions and this sword that I just got becomes, it kills somebody, a big deal, right? Then you can say, this is the sword, whatever, the, slayer of whoever.
Yeah, there's nothing to say.
Kind of like exactly.
And there's nothing to say you couldn't prescribe. So let's say something like that occurred. You bring down the ogre with the sword.
Right.
And I say that's a repute point. The whole town has watched you cut an ogre down.
Yeah.
They witnessed it. Yeah. So to earn personal repute, it's generally got to be something epic, and it has to be witnessed.
Right.
And I say you got a repute point for that. You could literally assign, instead of saying I want to put that on my prestige or my spirit, I want to put that on my weapon. I mean, you could actually make your weapon then a magical weapon. That's the highest it could go. And then there would be so you would have discovered by cutting down the ogre through a repute point that this weapon is better than just, right?
Yeah.
And then once you announce that I'm putting that repute point on this weapon and it turns out it's a magical weapon, it becomes a +2 weapon. And the repute point still goes on you, but not an attribute. Right. And in a way, you're creating the story of your character and as you play. Through action, right?
Yeah, because and it's funny because to me, I would be like, no way, I'd never put it on that weapon because if I lose the weapon, right? So what? but to me, I was
smart.
I would tie that to prestige, right?
Yes,
so
exactly.
That you would be calling upon your prestige or like a curse, right? Like if you were somebody that had the reputation as a witch, or you're a priest with a lot of authority, and you say, God has cursed you, right? Like that's a word of power, and it's scary because, right? That's that kind of nonsense. Yeah.
Well, and they can be played. I mean, they can be played that simply, though, Dave. If you want them to be like literally a word of power, that's perfect. It works.
Well, that's why. That's why he asked about Savric's
too.
Dagger as well, because that's a very unique item. And being the person he is, he knows that dagger has history behind it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And not only the dagger, but Savric himself.
Right.
Being the enigma that he is. Sure. And that's why I asked about that.
Yeah.
So. Well, that's two things on time with what you and then Sam said. Why Savric gave the sword to Sam. This always ties, if I'm playing my character genuinely. Okay, Savric is a little bit of like savage, okay? But it's elder, so I take him from that. And Hurst means like someone who lives in the woods. So he's a savage from the woods, but he's a foreigner. So, but he's like the dirty hero. He's somebody who when a dirty job has to get done, Washburn that's why Danforth don't wash his hands with him, right? So you send him out to do that. Right. So he is kind of that way, and he does it. And he's not going to be privy to these. He has a sword.
Right.
He skins his pelts.
Right.
He brings them in. He's tasked to do this and that. But that's why there was a danger innately when you go like, I don't know if I want to, like David's character, like how, like you said, you didn't want to push that way because you didn't know how he would react. That's what's great about it is that you get to play and learn other people's personalities. Like the way in the way taking the head off.
Right.
That's just what happened in the first episode of the Last Kingdom.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
That's
right. Yeah.
Barbaric.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and for some reason, Dell and me tend to play like opposites of each other.
Even though we're like the same.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And so it's really funny because, I was sort of conceptualizing my character as young, right? And his concept of justice is not to kill and behead the guy,
right?
But to bring him right. And
I got the feeling
Willem hasn't killed a human being before.
Right. Well, I got the feeling Vasquez was trying to just take this guy in for questioning, for crying out loud, right?
Right.
I'm like, this guy's stealing your
belts,
Willem.
I got the feeling David was like, no, take this bastard in for questioning.
Well, I'm like, how do you let these guys just loiter around here in this encampment in your area? You know what I mean? So now I have less, just in the story, just what
it would matter.
That molds my view of him.
And it would matter, and I would suspect it would come out in play if we had longer. Again, if this was a local session, 4 hours, 7 hours, all of that stuff would just keep playing, right? We would just keep playing, and all that would come out.
Yeah. I mean, at some point,
some of this
probably
is got to be
yeah.
compartmentalized so we can wrap it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would expect that Saverick would be thinking, how the hell have these guys been hunting for a month in your territory?
I know,
right?
Oh,
Well, I was thinking that too because, like, of course, Jason's just like, yeah, they've been here for a month. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
cool,
Yeah.
awesome. But yeah, no, however, the way I'm looking at it, it was funny too because to me, as Sam, I'm like, damn, I really want that sword, right? But then I was like, no, right? Because the honorable thing is you killed the guy,
the peasant
you deserve
keeping the sword,
So,
right?
So but either way, like, I mean, that's fine. A peasant can kill a king and take his sword and whatever, but it was interesting because I was like, and then when he didn't take it, I was like, yeah. But then I was like, what am I going to do now? Because like a sword is meant to kill somebody, like,
right.
That was and so I was like, oh geez.
Well, you would all earn a repute because you would have discovered the major dilemma of this particular session, which was Vadamot Mort's men. So the major dilemma, which is hidden from you, and you should learn it in play or through play, what the major dilemma is, and that is Vadamot Mort is up the ante during the summer festival. Well, the fact that you've discovered that he's kidnapped the kid and that and because you were able to get the girl back. And again, I don't know. I roll RSC. I don't know what's going to come up in session. So I would have had to present show, don't tell, Vadamot Mort's men doing things without defining they were his men through just showing you or telling you stories. So you could put together maybe the major dilemma is, or the minor dilemma is, right? You don't have to know, but if you do anything in session that impacts those things, you can get a repute. So you would have all scored one repute, and you can spin that repute any way you want on your attribute. So your repute now is 4, and you can spend it immediately, and you can do it on whatever you want, or you can justify it narratively. Well, what did Faustus? Maybe Faustus learned something more, or whatever. You can apply it. Now 4 is the max any attribute can go, and you can only have 2 4-level attributes. So.
Right.
But you can put it on luck, prestige, mind, whatever makes sense, right? Whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I tell you one thing.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say when Faustus, whenever I get a mind of 1, right? So I'm more akin to my knowledge being, wilderness based, not necessarily with the social aspects or the hierarchy or gaining this and that. So when Faustus is like, "Don't you think we need to take this man back?" I'm like, I killed him. I am the arm of law out here. That's as far as I saw. But then I thought when you would talk to me, it kind of shut me up, right? So I'm dealing with somebody who had been like he's just going to slow us down. He's going to cause this. He's going to cause that. And then I'm telling Washburn, he wasn't that bad. Actually, he was useful. He helped get the girl back, etc. But you did say pick up the man and take him back. Well, I'm going to do it. I ain't going to be carrying a whole body like that imbecile over there putting his, you know what I mean? Like Willem over there who needs it. I just cut the head off. So, and I'm like, yeah, he's right. So you're helping me bridge that understanding that I could take this head, show it to Washburn and get some money off of it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because you're one of the guys in that society.
Right.
So that's how
you are a hammer, though.
Yeah.
You are a hammer.
Yeah, hammer versus the nail, right?
Yeah, right. You got to utilize that hammer.
So
it makes sense for me to put my repute in prestige, being that I've now saved Joy 2 times.
Yes, yeah.
And perhaps the Washburns know that.
Nice. So you're now, matter of fact, remember he said he wanted to meet with debrief with all of you in the morning. Yes. So the fiction in that is he might give you a title, Willem the Ranger. And that would your prestige. You'd go from being a peasant nobody to Willem the Ranger, right, or something like that.
Yeah.
And now your prestige, you would be known in the community as Willem the Ranger, right?
Right.
Or whatever you want to call yourself.
Well, I figure that's cool because, there's that. And then the fact that I'm carrying that sword, whether or not it turns out to be anything other than a really nice sword.
Well, right now, it's excellent.
That would be something that would be, which mechanically is that what? +1?
+1.
+2? +1.
Okay. Yep.
+1.
Magic is +2.
Yeah.
What
I'm
now?
sure. I'm sure it'll be magic. We just got to figure out what the runes.
I'm saying if I refute in the large reason when Dave said take the head, I'm like, because Willem's going to be like, I saved the girl. Ching. And I'm going like, wait a minute, you're going to send me down here to work underneath him? I got things to do in the north. Okay, I'm coming down here to command him. I need to still secure that.
Right.
Right? So I got competition all of a sudden that popped up.
I'll be like,
And
man,
then-
don't
but-
worry, I got this.
No, that's why I got the head. He got the girl, but I got her captor.
Yeah.
Right? And bonus is this guy that's one of Von Mort's men. So therefore,
Yeah.
I can still stay ahead above him, right?
Sure.
Right.
So
This
it's
way
all a
that
race.
during the whole festival or what? That on the pike or something? Or what do you
Oh,
do
yeah.
with that?
Well,
There you
we're
go.
not going to get to
It'll be like
play
music
during the
band.
festival.
I'll be going like that.
Right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know,
Really
but
good,
Yeah.
'cause-
But Faustus, you
not.
can imagine next morning debriefing. There's no doubt Washburn's going to mount this head in front of the, at the as a warning to all of Mort's men. Right. This head would be
Put it
mounted
on a pike on the palisade.
Yes.
Yeah.
as a warning to
There you go.
Vladimir Mort's treasonous mercenary bastards. Right. I would certainly see that happening. Right. So
War
Faustus
boys.
every day would have to pass this rotten head as he picks up the kids and tutors them. He'd have to walk
Terrible.
past this head on a pike, right? While
terrible.
the two rangers are working the border
remains
south.
in the employ of the Washburns, I will be flabbergasted.
Yeah.
But you never know.
Right. And
That would be amazing.
the other thing about Dark Age of Man that's designed the way it is, you don't have to ever be together in session. So David can literally
Right.
be doing stuff. And then we screen wipe
Oh.
like Star Wars over to them on the border,
Yeah.
and then we can screen write back to David, and so you're never forced to do all this together, right?
That's why I was like,
yeah.
it makes more sense. He's here, take them children back. And I was like, what? You're still
Yeah.
with us?
Yeah,
This is going to freaking,
it works great
Yeah,
for
well,
our first
okay.
sessions. You got to get to know each other and everything, but
Yeah.
you might not
it
actually
was-
be in session 2 together, right? If David has something going on in town or
Sure.
whatever. So
Well, it was
it's
funny,
cool. It worked out
too.
good.
Yeah, it did, and it was funny because it was really interesting because I was conceptualizing William being a young man, right? Like your honor and preserving your honor is something that to him is incredibly important. And so when you were just dismissing Faustus, he was like, "Well, shit, that guy's got to have an opportunity to redeem himself." And then, I was
He
like,
will. He shut me
Yeah.
up.
Well, so
He shut me up at the
you know.
campfire. So,
Yeah, but that doesn't, you don't matter. He doesn't need to redeem himself to you. He needs to redeem
That's
himself to somebody
Oh,
and
gotcha.
affect his livelihood.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
I don't matter what
like
you
Dale, where do you
because
put
if
in
the
that?
Lord Washburn says you're a bum,
Yeah.
you've
Right.
got my daughter, captured
Right,
twice
right.
under your tutor
Right.
Yeah.
watch.
Your
like,
watch, right?
yeah, so I was like, oh man, like
he's
poor
going to
guy,
be leaving
but-
Howard Town going like,
But that could be lucrative because if he keeps screwing up and we keep fixing it, you can make more money, I can gain more prestige, and then we're good.
but,
Gotta
but
walk,
see, we,
you gotta walk past that rotten head every day.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
way.
but see,
Yeah.
this allows us to stay in the mindset of the characters
Yeah.
and go
Right.
from that
Yeah.
vantage point more so than what is mechanically
Right.
possible
Right.
or
Mm-hmm.
statistically possible. We don't really care about that. We're talking about the inner workings of my character
Mhm.
with the dynamics of Faustus,
Mhm.
with
Mhm.
Willem, how we're all getting
Yeah.
along,
And how
with the
you want to
world, with
present
each
your
other.
character to the world and what you're trying to achieve, right?
Yeah, my
And
anxiety
I'm so
is
I'm
whether
naive,
I
so
can-
again, I'm just going to present whatever I roll on that chart. I put it in front of you in the context of what we're already dealing with. And since
Yeah.
David said, "Hey, I'm in black. I'm out front with the kids in this thing, and I'm wrangling cats," I roll Joy is missing. I'm like, dude, it's contextually. I could just see him grabbing the girl, going, "Come here, Kath. What are you, Andrews? Get over here!" And then he turns around and she's gone. Right? It's that's the thing. Now I
Yeah,
could have held
I
that,
said, "Oh crap!"
right, and rolled
Yeah.
something
Throw
else.
him in the
And,
fire.
and that's what makes it fun.
Yeah.
We're right immediately hitting the ground running, and I'm naive. I don't know why they've taken her. I mean, I'm okay. I know that my major dilemma is Bottom-up Mordsmen are causing problems. Makes sense. They've been paid to kidnap a kid, So I don't have to know something. I just got to say, okay, it makes sense that it would be Bottom-up Mordsmen. This is part of the major dilemma, right? So I only have to connect some dots to make sense of it. What you guys make sense of is completely on you, right? Whether you think that works.
We follow
Dale, what are you going to put his
support
point
our
in?
character.
Savrik's point in?
Oh, well, it's going to be repute because I'm just taking down
Well,
this,
it is. You got a repute point. What are you going to put the point on an attribute?
prestige.
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 Gotcha. Okay, prestige.
Yeah,
How about you,
that
David?
was
Where are you
from
going to
the
put that?
renown I get from.
Where are you going to put that point, David?
Probably. Probably. I think he'll actually put it into luck.
I know.
I think he
I was about to
feels
say.
like
Yeah, I was
lucky
thinking
to
mind
still
or
be
luck.
alive.
Yeah.
Fish out of water story.
Yeah.
Well, and the fact that, like, it really did end up working out very lucky for your character. So I think that's cool. Yeah.
Well, and
And,
luck's big. When you do something you don't really have a skill in, or when it comes down to, like, the mule, when he said, I'm looking for a horse, that's fine. I'm not going to challenge that in this situation. But when Willem comes out and says what he says, it's like, okay, we're going to make a roll, but his failure was so bad, it affected Savrik stating, I'm going to grab a horse, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm picturing him as being a person who had many different life experiences in his past.
A veteran, man.
So that may reflect that he may know a little bit about, a lot. Little this, little that.
Jack of all trades.
Right.
Kind of,
Yeah.
Well, and it's funny because it's like you could put that into mind thinking he would know a lot of stuff, but it also works really well with luck in the sense that he would have experienced so much that he kind of just can almost
A little
by
bit
accident get himself into or out of
that's
situations
Indiana
that
Jones.
are-
Is Indiana Jones lucky,
exactly.
or is he lucky because he's competent? Which is it?
Right.
Yeah, well, he's very lucky.
He's more
but
lucky
also
because
smart.
of
Yeah.
But
I
you
don't
know,
think he's all that competent, to be honest.
well, no, I mean that's the whole thing about
he-
the first film is he fails the
gets
whole
his
way
ass
through it,
kicked
right?
all over
But
and
he's
over,
lucky enough to survive every failure, right?
Yeah.
But still, luck makes complete sense, especially in this game, because luck can come up a lot depending on what you say and how you do it. Because again, you have such agency, but it's going to require me to challenge what you may say. So luck very often can be a big governing attribute.
Yeah.
So we've seen it. Depending on the players, luck can come up a lot more depending on what they claim they are, and then what they try to do, and then luck can become this huge deal. So we've had a couple of local sessions where luck in one session became like the primary, because everything they did, they would even say, well, I've never done this before, but I'm going to mix this anecdote for the girl. And I'm like, well, that you just told me you've never done it before. This is straight luck. You're gambling. What you put in the pot is not going to kill the girl.
Right.
And then the one where he comes out, he purposely takes a -1 to his luck, and I said, dude, it's
no.
I mean, we were 5 minutes into that session. He took a -1 on luck for attribute. Brian did. Brian did.
That's
Brian.
crazy.
And
I would be like,
Brian ends
like
up
when you
dead by the bog hag because of that -1 luck. Ends up dead at the hands of a bog hag in a swamp because his luck was so bad he went the wrong direction trying to get out of the swamp. It was and I warned him. I said, dude, the one thing you don't want a negative in is luck, because it's going to come up.
Yeah.
That was a great session. But yeah, and it's kind of the catch-all when we don't have skills, and when a player is going to do something they might not necessarily, their character might not necessarily have a good reason to do, right? Or a rational reason to do it. It's luck. So anyway, that's awesome. It's perfect. Well, I had a great time. I think it went okay. Again, because I was so conscious of wanting to present this transparently with system up front, I was less engaged in just the narration. So that'll get better as in the next session, I'll probably decide at some point. I told my wife, session 2 or 3, I'll give more of that information, but by middle of session 2 or so, it'll just be invisible, and I'll never talk about the system again, right? But I wanted a couple of videos up there where we kind of, especially when I roll the RSCs and make it known when I'm rolling, because one of the questions in our book, and we've written, obviously you guys haven't seen the book that's about to come out, but we've had some rewrites and some changes, like Words of Power's changed in the book, David. It's going to be different. And one is this this when the RSC should be rolled, and it again once you've done it, and I because it's a rule book, you want to make sure you give people enough that they can play the game and understand the game, but I don't want to over define it where they feel like this is how the game has to be run. So you kind of put it in there saying, okay, you can roll it whenever you want, however it makes sense. You can put it in, but I
you get a feel for it.
It's very tough to think. Yeah. Like one of the reasons Words of Power came out. So we didn't take Words of Power out. We took out the Words of Power words because Words of Power implies that's all you can do. And Dell and I talked about this a long time ago. We don't want people to feel like that's all they can do. We want them to. We want them if they want to be Merlin, go for it. Be Merlin.
Open up possibilities whether it's strict.
Yeah. And so we changed. We redefined Words of Power. We took out the actual words. Yeah. So you don't have to say boast, invoke, right? Because we figured that's what would happen. People would say, well, I'm going to boast about my lineage here. It's like, well, you don't need to do it that way. You can, So
just do it. Right?
Yeah, so there's been some not rule changes, but just some slight rewrites. And so anyway, I wanted to make sure people understood. I literally rolled the very first one, and I said, I'm putting it in right here, folks. So everybody would know that that's how fast I applied this particular RSC. I rolled the poachers. I didn't have to say I'm applying it now, but I should have said, and by the way, this particular one is in play right now. That would have let you guys know that the poachers were who was with him. What's that?
You should do that as a reflection, like as a presenter reflection. Yeah. To me, what would be because obviously, like I tend to think about games from the perspective of running games.
Yes,
right?
Bingo.
Because you don't need to know rules as a player in this game. You literally just roll a dice. It's easy.
You are who you say you are, and you play your character, right?
Yeah. But as the GM or the presenter, I think what would be really helpful would be, like you said, first of all, how you chose the 12 or whatever. What is it? 16, 12, 18. Whatever random seeds, 18 random seeds, why you chose the ones you did.
Yeah.
And how you which order you put them in, obviously. That's in the book, but hearing, that would be helpful.
Yeah,
and then,
I'll do my recap.
Yeah, and then when you roll it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you roll it, be like, okay, I rolled it this point because we had kind of resolved this thing, or because I wanted to know just for my own self where the next thing was. Right. Yeah, I needed to set up the next scene because I knew it was coming.
Well, and in that situation, you guys were already pursuing the girl, the kidnapping, the missing Joy. Right. And she wasn't really missing at this point. David quickly made a roll and assessed somebody grabbed her. So, but she went missing for a split second, but then it was a pursuit of these. So this is what I mean by naive. I could have held it and actually tried to make it into she's missing, go find her. But I thought, well, missing can mean literally right now. She's missing out from under David's feet. And then he quickly said, I'm looking around, I'm hunting for it, and he made the roll. Now it's chasing kidnappers. Completely naive because I didn't decide what Joy missing meant to the session. So that's the goal. Try not to decide beforehand what it means. But what you do decide matters because that's how you want to present it, right? Because I'm the presenter. I'm going to present Joy missing this way. We could have played. I could have rolled some other stuff, and then the next morning when David goes to pick her up to give her tutoring, I could have said Joy's missing. He could have learned from the household Joy's missing, right? Then it's a hunt for Joy, right?
It goes back to that instinctive role playing, though.
How do I want to do it?
Well, because the thing is, like, in a traditional game, right, the GM feeds the players the information and then they react to that. Well, in this system, when David said, I have Joy with me, and then you rolled that random seed, instinctually, it's logical to say, right, and now, because I rolled this seed and he said he gave me this information, you reacted to his info and the random seed.
That's right.
So
we are quite literally, without being in a writer's room gaming where we all kind of discuss how we want to do. What happens is David, with agency, narrating what he's doing, where he's at, why he's doing it. Even if there's not some grand scheme. Hey, I'm with the kids. I'm coming into town. I'm out front of Blackleaf Inn. I'm with the kids. I got Joy with me. I'm like, okay, great. the minute I roll that, it's instantly in context. Joy's missing.
Right.
Right? So it because I'm naive, I'm getting information from you that is as truthful or valid as, and we're still playing to find out. The difference is what you say matters. So when I say that, hey, when you declare you are a thing doing a thing, well, all of that can become context for whatever I roll on the random seed chart and puts it all in perspective, makes sense of how it could happen, right?
Yeah.
Without
that's why it's important
writing
to
something,
do our like you said, explain why we get the repute, which lays the foundation of the grounding of these characters inside the world. And so David gives his, Sam gives, and I give mine, and we all kind of know how we operate. And he's a presenter too. This is your situation. So how is this going to affect? And you never know what's going to come up on the dice. And you go, oh crap!
Right.
Our game is really, it's really trying to put the GM person in a different. It's really trying to give the GM a different perspective on how to do this particular thing. Yeah. Because as Sam said, playing a character in this, you name your character, you make a character, you play your character. It's really easy, right? Take agency's big, right? They have to want to put themselves in the world and say some things and take agency over decisions and mechanics. But really, the book is really for helping GMs become presenters. Do it a little differently. Don't know anything really, except what we all know, right? Yeah. And normally in a session 0 locally, I'll do that. I'll do what I did in this. Who's your character? How do they earn their repute? And we all have a chance to sit around the table and get to know each other's character from these little stories. Then I also go into the game with a little less naive about your characters. So I did that tonight. Normally when we've been playing online, we're going in without those conversations, right? I think Sam's Heroes game, Sam and I spent quite a bit of time just toying around with my characters. So we kind of went into that session with you knowing quite a bit about my character. So you went in less naive about my character and about my characters, right?
About your character, yeah.
Which is normally what I do in a real time. So I was at a convention with Dell, I would do what I do locally. Everybody makes their character, and then you tell me how you got your 3 repute. And then we all kind of know each other. That's not unheard of. We do this all the time in gaming, right? And then I'm also I'm not only informed about the world in the book, and my one sheet of preparation, which is my major dilemma, minor dilemma, and my inciting incident setup, and then I have my random seed. That's it. And then I have you guys. So when David says, I am this guy, and this is my repute, and I saved Joy, and I was there, and oh, by the way, Joy's with me here in the street. And then I just happen to have Joy on the chart. I might not have had Joy in the chart at all, whatever. But I could have had something like Washburn's child wounded. Well, Joy's with you. She could have been trampled by a horse or something, right? So you can. The more vague you make the random seeds, the more useful they are in context too. I actually used Joy's name. I actually used some other actual specific things, but I could have made it Washburn's child wounded.
Yeah, I mean, while Sam and Dell were talking about their characters, I actually just jotted down 3 just children's names, and then Sam basically pulled Joy out, and he talked about rescuing her from the wild boar, and I go, well, why wouldn't my character have been out there on a nature hike with her?
That makes total, and that's complete. That's amazing. It's complete sense. Because I was thinking, how did Joy end up out there with boars? And then when David said that, I'm like, hallelujah, because that makes sense.
I know, it's so weird. It happens all the time. You just go, it's like beams of light coming out. You go, oh,
that's why I say trust together. Trust that players all want to make sense of it for them. David's making sense based on, so Sam's telling a story, and David said, I'm going to make sense of that with my character. Well, guess what? We all want to do that. So you don't actually end up creating an environment that's contradictory. You end up creating a culture of play that is actually very sensical, right? Not nonsense.
And Dell's character was a little tougher because of just the nature of his character. But it's it's fine.
Yeah,
it would have been a totally different game if I just had the other character.
Well, and that's why I said that's why I said in the campaign write up, think more Dragon Slayer in these sessions, not so much Last Kingdom. Yeah, because we ran a couple of the last one we ran felt a lot like Last Kingdom with a little more. We had a little more of miracles. We had some miracles work in that game that I mean, literally, Sam's character created miracles, right? So that took it to a more fantastic level. But outside of that, it was very Last Kingdom. This I wanted to go right Dragon Slayer, a little loosey goosey around, how formal,
that gives us,
right?
Gives us something to grasp onto and put ourselves in the. And that's what I was kind of saying. If I have that general frame of mind, it helps. You know, it just helps.
Oh
that's,
for
me anyway.
Yeah.
I must have missed that.
No, you didn't do anything wrong.
It was
you
funny
didn't do
when
you
you
didn't
said
do anything
Dragon
wrong.
Slayer, because I was like, Jesus, I watched Dragon Slayer one time and it was way back in the day. I don't even you can't even get it streaming anymore now. So I was like,
oh wow,
I don't remember what this is about. But
Dragon Slayer inspired me to write the original game that we actually test played with Mark.
Oh wow,
on Dell's channel years ago. We test played Dragon Slayer. And I got good feedback from Mark in that session, and then it led to me putting it away for a while. Then I rewrote it as a D20 OSR. Right. It finished it. And I said to Anthony, "Hey Anthony, would you be willing to edit this? I'll pay you." And he said, "Well, send me the thing. I'll see it." I sent it to Anthony. I said, "Yeah, okay. This is what I charge, to do this. But do you sure you want to do an OSR or another OG? You better watch the legal OGL." And I said, "You know what? You're right. The world needs another D20 OSR like that. Needs a hole in the head." So I said, "You know what? I'm not going to do this." And then years later, I think I mentioned to Dell that I'd made the D10 Dragon Slayer game that had Reputation. And we tested that. And then slowly we worked around to writing Dark Age of Man with these new naive narrator concepts that I had been doing for Dell in one-on-one sessions. And it was so liberating to me. I said, dude, this is how I want to GM the rest of my life. So maybe we write Dragon Slayer using, and I try to quantify, how do you do this? How would I put this in writing and teach it? Right?
Yeah.
And that's been the gist.
It's really weird. I feel like this is the perfect game for GMs who want to be players but never get to be players. This is the one. But it was weird because when you mentioned the random seeds and trying to keep them vague, it's actually really funny because from my perspective, the second and third and fourth session, it gets actually rather difficult because you have to fight against it if you came up in the
traditional,
more traditional D&D style where you really plan a lot out. It's very difficult to fight that, and the players will do things that you are completely unexpected every single session. And so because of course it's unexpected, that's the nature of the game. So then you have to, as the GM, you really have to think about weaving in making the random seeds for the next session contextual, based on kind of what's happening, where you're going, but you can't plan out too much. So to me, that was the hardest part.
Which is why our book teaches you how to do a one-page prep. Because by restricting you, do these things, you don't have a choice. And if you follow the rules, you're going to say, okay, I'm in my third session of this campaign. We've built some history. We've built some legacy. We've introduced NPCs. All that stuff starts to, like a real campaign. What happens as we go along campaigns? Shit, we got more NPCs to keep track of. Like in Simbaroom, we're all remembering NPCs. We're all remembering. Right. So you almost got this like notebook of stuff that we're all got to keep in our mind, right? Same thing with this. What happens is as this tree grows and we get these branches of stuff, you then are looking at your RSC saying, well, I know the setup. I know the major and minor dilemmas. I know the inciting incident. The RSC should not have major dilemmas or minor dilemmas on it. You should never have. Right. They should be completely separate from the major and minor dilemma. You can tie them to the major and minor dilemma, but you shouldn't have like dragon. Like major dilemma's dragon. Then you should not have dragon on your RSC because you've already got the major dilemma's dragon, right? So you're gonna be telling stories about the dragon striking the north end and burning crops. And I'm going to be showing you the dragon wiping out a village. I'm going to be showing you the dragon through my description. I don't need to also put it on my RSC, right? It's the major dilemma, right?
Yeah.
So
Right.
and
I was going
but the great thing about that is that sheet keeps you condensed and when I say the word naive, people are thinking, dude, you cannot play a game and not know something. Oh, of course not. You can have knowledge,
way less than,
but you are naive about
right.
why are we even sitting down here tonight? Well, you're going to be characters in a world. That's why we're doing it. And that D&D doesn't say that. D&D never says we're here for you tonight. We're here to do this thing and bring your characters. Right? Our game is saying, no, we're here for you, and then I'm here to say, oh shit, this is what the world's put in front of you guys. Let's see what happens, right? To some degree, and then I'm trying to make sense of it, which is where I get the point.
Yeah.
I got to make sense of what I'm seeing.
Right.
When Dell says I'm going to do a thing that's completely unexpected, because he has complete agency over decision or mechanics, you're like, holy cow, that's completely unexpected. And then you roll a random seed that ties directly into what Dell's just done. Hey, I'm headed over to Howardtown to sell these pelts to the guy who's whatever Dell might do. You're like, holy shit, that's not a curveball because the RSC can get in his way.
Yeah,
at any moment.
Beautiful. That's what's beautiful about it. I want to say what David said about the go big or go home, because what you do when you lay down the foundation, like he said, he as a character, he knows the mindset. Well, Lady Washburn doesn't really care for me. And
right. You can imagine how that conversation is going to go in the morning with the debriefing with Lord and Lady Washburn over their child.
It's going to be the most awkward thing.
But that's what makes stuff fun. It's complication.
It is.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's brilliant.
Right?
I don't want
conflict.
And I was laughing because Dale's talking about me go big or go home. The same thing in the Barbarians of Lemuria game. He says, "Oh, I'm gonna wrangle one of these flying creatures, jump on his back, and I'm gonna go fly towards
love it.
Towards the coast."
That's right.
Well, it's really,
and I think that's why I like
from the presenter chair when you do that, because like Jason did that to me when I was running it, where like they had this conflict, and then he basically like took the law into his own hands. And then the Lord, the people come down and they're like, dude, and he's just admitting, yep, I did this, I did this, I did this. This guy's a bag, yep, I did this. And so I'm like, what the f are you doing? Like, he was literally just like, they were saying, hey, you did this thing. He's like, yep, I did. And I'm the good guy here.
And I did it for you. I did it for you, my Lord. Don't you get it?
Then I had to like, we literally had a courtroom session.
Yeah, it was essentially
in Dark Age of Man, because I was like, what am I going to do? Like, he's just, they're coming down. I kept putting these things down.
And that's naive narrator.
Picking them up and be like, okay, yep.
Instead of saying, I'm going to prepare a session in which one of the characters is put on trial, we're literally playing, and an entire session turns into a trial.
And it was literally like the most memorable session because I had no idea that was going to happen.
Right.
And I imagine the same thing, like when I was playing my character, Aethelwald, and I said, well, can I call upon God and try to create a miracle? Yeah. And then he's like, sure, roll the dice. And I happened to get, like, I think it was like I don't know if I crit or what, but it was a really high roll. And so he was like, yep, you do it. And I was like,
yeah. Well, and this is the thing, right? It should change situation.
Everything.
It should either the failed roll can change the situation, complication. It doesn't have to be abject failure, right? It can be, and this is the whole point. And again, and this is one reason I like BOL. Right? BOL felt very much like this, the way that went down, right? You take charge, you say what you're going to do, and we roll dice to see how it goes, right? And players always do the thing you don't expect them to do. That's true in every game I've ever played. Yes. The difference is our game says, instead of, be excited by that, which we are, we're always like, oh shit, never saw that coming. We all know that. We've all had that experience as GMs that players will do the craziest shit. Our game is telling GMs, on top of that, don't even sweat that because the world is completely flexible and you are so naive that all of this can turn into, they can create their own complications, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, they will. Yeah.
Right. And so I think
it's
in a way,
too, because you don't have to say, how do I get the guys to go back to point B because they have to go get that MacGuffin in that cave to be able to go to point C. Yeah. Here you could be like, so we're going to have
you guys are, scene. You have complete agency.
Cool. And
total
then,
agency.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
David
But
could
you
have
can
said,
weave
"Shit,
the
I guess I'm gonna have to go
scenes
tell the
in.
Lord
Yeah.
that they took off with his kid. That's gonna suck."
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
hiking. I'm
Exactly.
going up to the Palisade, rapping on the door.
I would
Excuse
rather
me,
go
I
to
need
a
to. I
bear
need to have
cave.
audience with the Lord. Yeah, your kid was just kidnapped. I mean, we don't know where the session's gonna go. David has complete
Yeah.
agency as to how he wants to,
Mhm.
which is still true. I mean, even D&D, same thing. You can make those kind of decisions, but
Yeah.
but as a
it's
GM,
it's
I don't
harder.
have to worry about
Yeah.
what direction you're gonna go, right? At all.
Yeah.
This works on a macro and a micro level.
Yeah.
Even like I was saying earlier, where you said go big or go home. Well, whenever you're rolling the dice, you can say that you're going to do something in a more magnificent fashion or something more dangerous. It's going to adjust the DV level, like Jason was saying.
Yeah.
So you can do that, or do you want to play conservatively and a little bit more safely in how you approach things?
Mhm.
It's kind of based with your character. So that flexibility is there throughout the whole rule system. Like we take away a lot of the procedural mechanics that restrict and open up the window, and then you just play.
Yeah.
And it's flexible.
Well,
like
and-
even you can interpret differently as a presenter.
Yeah, well, the flexibility is really nice, and it's like sometimes maddening with you, Del, because your characters are so like you never really know where they are. But it's also great because it's like
Dell's. Are you saying Dell's a pain in the ass?
No, what I'm saying is that
he's a loose cannon. That's what he is.
in traditional, but so in D&D that can be hard because if you don't play the hero,
Glass cannon.
that can be
It's true.
difficult if they're like, oh, Joy's being taken, and we're just like, okay. I'm from Frankia. I don't care.
Well, and you don't have to. I mean, literally, if David was not the tutor of Joy and then brought her up, and you guys learned through the grapevine Joy's missing, because how I would have introduced that is, hey, you're hearing the town crier, and the Lord's calling his men at arms, go hunt her down, and you guys are like witnessing it.
Right.
You don't have to be involved at all. You can be like, oh shit, Joy's missing.
Yeah. But
right?
but it's like you can
But
also
because David literally said I'm with her and I'm
Yeah.
tutoring her, it's like, oh, yeah, I don't know. She's responsible for her. I mean, it's perfect.
Yeah. Well, and it was like, going back to Del, like I loved Brother Boethius and the way Del played him in our chronicle, because it was so like, well, two things. It was really difficult to figure him out, which was intentional, which was good. Yeah. But it was also really cool to see how Del conceptualized all of the crazy shit that he was witnessing, and how and the pull from one side to the other, and so like not having that traditional hero or that traditional villain and mechanics tied to those things means that you can play authentically, like you said numerous times. You kept saying like,
Del was playing a human being.
I
with
follow
a particular,
what matters to me.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
And I can define that. Awesome. I don't have to follow what matters to the DM.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you all feel that pull. I know he sit up all night making this thing, so I'm going to go into it.
Right. Jason's been working all week
really
on
give
this.
a crap. He's throwing out a little M&M.
Well, we do. I mean, when I sit down to play with guys I know are running D&D 5th edition, it's exactly what Bill just said. You're not. I'm going to cooperate. Yeah. I'm not an asshole. Yeah. I'm just not. I'm not going to be a dick at the table. I'm going to.
But you don't feel invested in the character because the character would give a crap less about being involved in something like that.
Well,
it depends on the group.
Thing,
but
Yes, exactly, and that's what I was going to say. I mean, playing this game with you guys, in all honesty, is a perfect storm because. Of your play styles, seriously though, because of your play styles, because of your approach to gaming in general, and I already knew that I was going to enjoy the session. Yeah, there honestly there were jitters, pregame jitters, because I've never played before, but it wasn't because of playing with you guys, right? It was because of me just warming up to the system, and feeling it out, and getting an idea of how it's. And it
is amazing when you say to somebody, "You have player agency," and we're not kidding, right? Oh, God, you not only have agency over decisions, but you have agency over mechanics. And that's intimidating as hell to players because they normally
Right.
They get to make decisions, but they are reaction. It's a reaction all the time.
Right.
And then when you tell GMs, hey, when you run our game, you're going to be naive. You're going to actually go in with just this little bit of information, and you're going to give players some. You're going to let players have their head. That's terrifying to most GMs.
Yeah.
Right. And then you realize, wait a minute. Why do players generally act out? They're bored, or they feel like they're not being listened to.
They're not invested.
So ironically, our game is actually players are going to be more not behave. They know that what they do isn't going to wreck the game. You can be Han Solo, and Bill can be Luke Skywalker, and the twain never will meet, but they're both in parallel in this adventure, right? But they don't actually work together ever. Matter of fact, they're only together in the first film on the Death Star, right? Outside of that, I don't think they're ever really together in most of their adventures in the film.
Well, then when they get their medals afterwards, but
but I mean, just in general, they're not in a party traveling together, doing things together, right? There's like, so
listen, they picked his last name for a reason, Solo, right?
Exactly.
They get it.
When they sit there and they say, okay, to keep Jason engaged, I'm going to add something to this adventure that will engage his character. So that moment, he's in the spotlight, and then Dave's in the spotlight, and then Sam's in the spotlight, and we can go through. And then everybody had a good time in their spotlight. You know what I mean? That we can, even though the whole thing might be. So it's contrived where you feel like you're just kind of along for the ride on rails, But,
well,
that's what I'm trying to get away from.
That's tough,
traditional gaming works. I mean, it's been working for 50 years. I can't complain about it. I mean, I've been a huge fan, and I've been playing.
I ain't saying it.
No, I know that.
When you flew away into the distance,
it's
Dale,
style and intent.
I mean, I was like, hey, Dale's gone, so since he decided to go on his own path, the least I can do is kind of Jason's fighting beastmen, and
it was awesome. It felt.
I had a great time.
That game was brilliant, and that game felt very much.
I had a great time because I had liberty. And I had agency to do what I wanted.
But I still kind of gave you guys spotlight.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that whenever you're a traditional DM, you may feel obliged to keep everybody's interest.
Correct.
Engaged,
right?
But that you will fashion something that you have to steer them toward in game that will highlight their skills,
or even
they can,
and really in traditional D&D, if you got a table of 5 or 6, you don't spotlight anybody. It's too many people. You end up running a session where they get to argue and bicker about how they're gonna hero huddle. And you're just providing them traditional. You're feeding the fishing line and you're reeling them along, right? While they make decisions about right, left, forward, backward, right. But you really don't spotlight anybody in a big D&D set. You can't. It's just 6 players at a D&D table is,
Yeah.
But in a game like Barbarians and Basilisks, I literally did see the game as saying, hey, this is high adventure. This is what it says it is, and I'm going to take some agency. I don't see anywhere in the rules where, as a scene, when you put us in a scene, and Dell's doing his thing to get out of the shackles, I'm doing my thing, and it worked perfectly. It was beautiful, and I thought, hey, I love the game. This plays with the kind of agency I want in Dark Age of Man, right? The kind of freedom to act, and the system supported. The system supported. Now, it'd have been asinine to try to do it with my mind when I'm not a mindful character, so I did it with my physical, right? So I was playing my character, and it works. And the way the game is set up in scenes. And I thought, now, were you nervous to run that, David? I mean, did you feel like we were going to be loose cannon, perfect storm in that?
Because no, that's a compliment.
I know, I'm not. I know, but were you nervous about running it?
Well, no, because I know you guys' gaming style.
Yeah.
Right.
Culture. We know each other.
I'm a loosey goosey GM anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I fly by the seat of my pants.
Yep.
Most of the time because for me it's more enjoyable that way.
Yeah.
Which is why I've never ever been a module guy.
Yeah, that's
ever.
it. That's me. Yeah.
But
then you would love Dark Age of Man. At some point you got to run it.
Yeah,
you'll love it.
Yeah. And I'm more of a. I think they call it like amusement park gaming or whatever. I put stuff in out there and say, hey, you see that over there? Or hey, you see that?
Yeah.
what interests you.
Yep.
And
Right.
if you go after it, great.
Yep.
You know,
Go
because
after it,
my
yeah.
assumption is that you guys are here because want to sit down, play,
We want
and
to play.
enjoy yourselves.
That's right. We want to play.
We're not here to bump heads.
Nope.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yep.
you guys
Well-
aren't here to say we're going to screw the game up as much as possible.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's a lot of assumptions on my,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
because
yeah.
I've got, you know.
Well, and that's
But-
the joy of that's the
That's
joy
it,
of finding your group and the culture of play you share with friends.
Yeah.
And the more you play
Yes.
together, the more it becomes. I hate to
Right.
say it, but when you're a kid, you grow up with your buddies. It's what
Yeah,
you
yeah,
do.
exactly.
Stranger Things is. I don't care
Yeah.
if we're all 50-something years old or whatever, right?
Mhm.
There's a culture of play where you become very. It's easy to do any game system together, right? Once
Right.
you know we're not out to
Yeah.
ruin a game or ruin somebody's night, or right. But
Well,
I do
that,
think-
that's just not the culture that
Yep.
Yeah.
we do amongst each other. And
Yep.
like I said, you guys are the type of players that I enjoy playing with because of how you approach your characters.
Right.
You guys are very creative with your characters. You guys are comfortable with embracing the actual culture and the
Yep.
world
Right.
of the game. You
Yep.
know?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's huge.
So I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I look for in
Yep.
players.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
so-
Well, and that's what's so great about this.
Yeah,
system.
I want
and-
players invested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, it
Well,
works. for me.
you can be invested. I mean, I like one of the best series of games I ever played was D&D 5th edition Curse of Strahd, because
Wow.
that was a campaign that I had that my friend Alan was running, and it was, I mean, and we had a lot of sessions where we as a group had those really deep moments. But
yeah.
again, it's 5e, so there is that tension
Mhm.
of at some point mechanically it makes sense for this person to do this, but
Mhm.
what's beautiful about when you find the right group,
Mhm.
and what the epiphany I had with this game, and because I just remember, like, Jason, when I first got to play this game, and I
Mhm.
remember thinking back to those days when I was like making videos in my car talking about the
Right.
struggles that I was having with D&D and about how I couldn't quite figure out what it was. And what it does is the system allows you to buy into group play. And what I
Yep.
mean by that is that we are invested as much in our character as in David's character, Dell's
Yeah,
character, right?
exactly.
Like
Yeah.
I want to have those interactions.
Yep.
And they're meaningful not because of stats, but because
Right.
of what you're presenting.
Yep.
And so, like with David, it was like when when we had that whole thing where it was like, oh yeah, Joy, and then she gets taken again. I immediately was like, oh shit. And so
Yeah.
when Dell was like, go back and tell the Lord, that might have made sense actually to do that. But I was thinking
Well,
like,
I
was like,
imagine.
you know,
David would have
line
to
of
do
support.
that.
I mean, that's like the
Now,
minute
granted-
you guys tell who your characters are and your reputes. Like,
Yeah.
okay, that again. Anybody watching this say this is just background bullshit, right? Well, wait a minute. Then I roll Joy is
No.
missing on the table. It's like holy
Right.
shit! All of a sudden, two
Yeah,
of
'cause
our
that
characters are
matters.
instantly invested in this dilemma, right?
And
that's what
that
you're paying
didn't
attention to.
Right.
increase the tension and the stakes mechanically because oh god, now there's an ogre. No, it was emotionally because because first of all it's the kid.
Yeah.
Two, it's
Yeah.
the Lord's kid.
Yeah.
So
Right.
somebody has to do
And
something.
three,
And third,
David was
there's history
babysitting her when
there.
it happened.
Kids are going,
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
And
Right, yeah.
Dell was like, I don't care who, whatever. But no, just kidding. But but I was like, oh no, like you can't have this happen twice. It's like I dread the moment when we have to go in. And
I can
talk
just
to
imagine the
Falcone
16-year-old
Oh,
because
Right.
I'm like,
my character
yeah.
didn't know that. You know what I
Right,
mean? I'm
right,
savage
I
man
know,
from the
yeah.
woods.
Right.
Yours
I
did
didn't
because
know
you
that
had that
until
close
about
thing.
5
Well,
minutes before, and
technically-
so I was like, well,
Technically, for
Yeah.
repute to work, your character would know about it. Your character would have heard the stories about Wilhelm and the boar.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right, so
Well,
Savrid
but
would
you
have
might not
heard
have
about it,
necessarily
Yeah, but
known
whether
he
or
might
not
not
David's
care.
part of it.
He
yeah.
might not care.
That's what
yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah,
Because
you would have
he was
heard my
ranger.
part of it.
Yeah.
Sure.
He was my
and
ranger.
then-
I would have heard it.
Yeah,
but
and
not
then he's like, I got to
necessarily.
slap that kid down because
Right.
he's getting all whatever.
But to
like-
me, it's like we need to tell
Yeah.
the Lord to get back up because
Yeah.
we're gonna be, it's like going out there and supplies
Oh,
cut
yeah.
off. We need them to follow us.
Right.
And he's not telling
Right.
them. All of a sudden you're with us. This is
Right.
jeopardizing the whole thing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's beautiful. And like he's saying, it's First of all, I want to say, whenever I say something, because I think there was a conversation our podcast, Jason and I had, where I go off and I just say stuff, because this is ultimately what I'm trying to get to in my role play, is playing a character, and just like Sam's talking about, to where not only can I follow my own character's desires or wills or his worldview, it's more impactful for my character to realize what he is by doing that, not to be going like, well, you can't go this way, you can't go that way. I can have great fun, like if I play Curse of Strahd.
Oh, sure.
And even if it's on a linear adventure, if it's great and I'm interested and I'm invested, I could be very much invested. And then the next thing from that, like he's saying, like David, I had a blast playing BOL. With this amusement park, you go this way, and I go, okay, I got choices. This is like I can explore this way or that way. It just opens up more reasons that I should be immersed and invested in what I get to choose. Woohoo! This is great. This right here.
And if you play with a bunch of GMs, then you get to sit and watch listen to everybody's story, and you know it's going to be good anyway.
It's different phases of it, you know. Right. It's just for me to get into character, and like you just stated, Sam, to know and have some kind of emotional impact and back and forth. Like I love that. A lot of people don't like. They want to go in there with a team, and I can understand this. Like you're a SEAL team, and everybody knows their place.
That's fun. That's fun. A lot of fun, but
sure it is.
It is. It's just a different.
And the conceits of those kind of games, though, it's a different conceit. We're mission oriented. We're here to do a job. Completely different experience, great fun, and there's a conceit to that. Why you're playing those characters in that situation. You know, and
that's like Todd said. Well, what do we need? What do you guys need? What character do you need? And I was like, it's not that
you guys need a cleric. You don't need any. You don't need any. You know, play whatever. Exactly. Yeah, we can have two rangers. That was very interesting. It's fine.
I thought that was very interesting.
Well, and it's amazing. And I mean, I still think about the moments with Brian's character in our games, Dell, and there were moments in the meeting with the Lord and the conversation between me as the Lord and Brian's character. And then when he met the Justicar in the field, and Brian goes in, and he has this conversation, and he readily tells him the Lord is in a bad way. And I'm thinking, as the Justicar, the difficulty value just kept going up and up and up as he was telling me.
I think you could see Dell and I like literally getting sick on camera.
There is this sense that the mechanics are also who you say you're on, what's happening with this conversation between me as one, and it's affecting the mechanics of the game, like you're Viking when you guys played Todd, you and David in the Viking debate, and then it came down to one roll, but then Todd at the end says, "But you gotta become a Christian," and it's like, "Oh shit!" The difficulties went, and it was this, for me, those are, as a role player, those are the moments that are also when it's about human beings in conflict, right? And then like. There's just these moments where you're so invested. Dell was so invested in his character, and Falcone. When I whispered to him, this is kind of what happens to you when you burn your wife and your child on a pyre, funeral pyre, instead of burying them the Christian way. Here I am playing a Christian, and I drive the stake into him. But then later, when Brian says in passing, "Hey, watch that guy Martin," and he kills it. In front of all of us. You could just see the look on our face, Sam, Brian, and I, all of us went like, "What did he just do?" And this happens all the time in gaming, but when you're invested in this fiction in a way that's shared, and these characters and you get to know the characters, and then something happens, and you're just, it does affect you on a different level than just, "Hey, that was a cool moment," or right, and those are moments you'll never forget. You come out of there going, "Oh, fuck, I'll never forget that. I will never forget those moments," And
you should really,
it's hard to explain, but it is because you're in a certain mindset of character when it happens, I think.
Because the characters, the characters have so much, the players have so much agency that, like, I feel like one of the big things in that first campaign Chronicle that we played was. Yeah, well, right. I mean, Vidar's whole like conflict between being a pagan and being a Christian, and who do I believe in? What do I do? Right, and then witnessing miracles and being like, what the hell am I supposed to think about that? Like,
as that a pagan. Was huge. I mean, as a really a pagan.
Well, yeah, and that was such a big for me anyway. That was a very impactful arc, right? And then also seeing, Brian sort of almost juxtaposition to that, where he was a pagan. He was comfortable being a pagan. Yeah. It didn't matter what else was good, but he was very much concerned about the. Well, sure, but the point was, like, once it was revealed, right, that fucked up Vidar's head big time. But that he's concerned about the material things, what's happening with these people and this, the mission and whatever. And then we go to his family's house, and I'm like, oh my god, like, and
all of that shit is naive.
So good. Yeah. Right.
Brian says, I'm going to stay. I'm going to, when I rolled that Jules and everybody were staying with his family, and Brian as a character finds out, why is Jules staying with my family? Because Jules had been whipped. He had been, he saved Jules' life, but he got whipped. And then he finds out later on one of the RSC rolls that Jules and Dar were all camping with and he's like, I've got to go home. I got to go. What the fuck are they doing in my dad's place? And he's instantly invested in his father and the property. Yeah. And we learn more about him live. We learn more about his father live. And it's all naive. We're making I'm kind of like, okay, well, who is Brian's father? But fuck, I'm going to be Brian's father here, right? And not Brian, Sylvester's father. Right?
Sylvester's father.
And it's this amazing tension between Brian and me in these couple of moments where he's like, get these fucking people out of my yard, because they're camping in his yard. He's like, how did these people get in my yard? Sylvester's like, I don't know. It's just this amazing, and you are these characters, not just fighting shit. And then the irony is I rolled Ogre. So here we are dealing with this, and the next morning an ogre comes stumbling out of the woods, and Brian and everybody in the front yard of his father's place are fighting an ogre.
Yeah, and his father was all grumpy and shit, but he was still like a nice dude, and so we didn't want him to have an ogre destroy him, right? And so then
it's just this, and it's like all of this stuff happens in D&D. It can all happen, but you're not invested in the characters as much as you're invested in the play.
Yeah, you can be, but it's. Sure. I would say it's the exception rather
more
than
distracted.
the rule.
Being distracted a lot to get there. But we're trying to remove those distractions. In other words, streamline it.
Right. And we're trying to feature.
Said is juice and fuel for the presented for every player, because there's certain truths, like when David said, I've got joy with me. And he goes, whoa, okay, that's going on.
That's a fact. And now we got to keep that in mind no matter what happens, right? The dragon shows up. I rolled 3 on the chart. Dragon. I can see David trying to scoop up kids running from a dragon in the street, right? As it's waylaying the... Right? So it's like, okay, David's just put himself in responsibility for 3 children. This is going to be interesting how this goes, right? Yeah.
Well,
I think prestige goes both ways.
Yeah. Oh, big time.
You have it for a reason.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have a prestige in our game, with that are responsibilities that I'm going to put on you. Like Brian's first character in our first campaign had a 3 prestige, and he was a lord, 19-year-old lord with a little brother. He had a whole estate, and I thought, okay, there's going to be RSC stuff on the chart that will be his own property, involving his own house servants, his own people, his own laborers. And there'll be shit on that chart that Brian's responsible for, right? So when he says, "Hey, I am
cool
this
thing
guy,"
is that Brian is the one who really initiated that, because that's what he put on his character sheet.
Right. Yep.
That's
and guess who's going to be
at Jason?
Yep.
Brian did.
That's right. And guess who's going to be invested in it when it comes up? Brian is going to say. So it's not just a spotlight on your character.
Right.
The world, your character's actually in the world. It's not a spotlight on your character. Your character's actually going to be dealing with this stuff. Which is why I said when I wrote the campaign, imagine somebody taking a true outlaw in our game, taking a flaw or a -1 prestige, right? Which nobody did, but I didn't know. I thought when I put that out there, I thought, oh, that's a teaser to Dell, that Dell would take a -1 prestige character. Well, that would be literally an outcast. That would be somebody that's like, so deformed.
That's sort of what happened to Vidar whenever.
Vidar ended up with a -1 prestige for killing Martin in front of everybody for what appeared to be no reason.
I just dragged him around the building and throw him in the middle of that throng of nothing but.
Don't worry. I redeemed Vidar in my campaign,
you did.
So
and that's the other point, right? Yeah. They were then invested in testifying on Vidar's behalf to the Lord Watchman. Well, he killed a pagan lord, and you said it was okay to kill pagans, right? The irony is you guys
Right.
turned his own pogroms against him, right? It's
Yeah.
well, you did say it was okay to kill pagans, and he just killed a pagan, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah,
Really,
okay,
we
good
should
work there,
forget
Vidar.
that.
We'll get rid of that -1 prestige, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because, like,
Fellas, I gotta
So-
go.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was
yeah.
great,
This is
David.
like-
No worries.
yeah.
Great fun.
Oh.
Thank you.
I'll catch up with
Hey,
you guys
appreciate
later.
you playing,
Yeah.
David.
take it easy.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah.
Had fun.
All right, thank you. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
But
I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna say, Del, so Jason, when you introduced the Justicar in the first campaign, right, and then I was like, oh, I ran that one shot for Del.
Yeah, man,
Who
George.
else was it? Jory was in that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Justicar shows up again, and like that dude was scary. Like he was scary in my mind. He was scary in the first campaign, and he was scary here too. And Del was just like playing this guy where he's like, I'm just gonna taunt the shit out of him until he makes a mistake. And I was like, there's no way. Like, there's no way. And then but he just kept pushing his buttons.
wow.
And so I don't know if you saw it, but basically they're in this like sort of palisaded fort, right? And the
Yeah.
Justicar, he baits the Justicar into coming in by basically like throwing dead bodies off the wall and like giving the Blood Eagle to one of these like guys right on the wall.
Oh my
And he
god.
just
Yeah.
uses the fervor to get him in. And so what I was gonna say was it's cool because you don't have to worry about like encounter balance, right? Because you can draw the Justicar into your fort and then crush him.
Yep. And that's part of what I love
But,
about our game. The
you know,
micro macro change,
Yeah.
which you
Almost
did
like-
great in our final session. Again, the battlefield,
Right, yeah.
and then the kind of
Right.
representation of the heavenly
spiritual
battle
whatever,
above us. And,
Yeah.
But the micro macro stuff, zooming in
Yeah.
and out, can be so easily done. You can
Mhm.
also do that with DV. So, for instance, in this, I use rules as written.
Right.
The mercenary with the DV11, that was Belvacar, and then the 8 for the poachers. So
Right.
the way Dell scattered the horses at him, it's like, well, you're going to roll one time, but how high you roll may affect all of them, or just the poachers, or none of them, or whatever.
Yeah.
And-
yeah.
They were damaged, so they all took a
Yeah.
damage. Poachers removed outside of the mob become 1 hit point, so you selected not
Yeah.
to kill that one poacher, right? Because they were not a mob at that point. They weren't a mob; they would have been broken up, so it made them easier
Right.
to take on, kill. And then
Yeah.
Belvar was what he was. But what's so cool about that is then we can adjust the DV based on wounds,
Right.
based on the chaos, based on the folk, based on the horses, or so you just have
Right.
such. It's so, and it makes such sense to say this is harder. This is easier. Most players
Yeah.
aren't going to argue with you. Hey, it's easier now. I'm going to cast
Right.
I'm going to use my shadow here in the room and block out all the light. Very simple for you to say. That's just going to make the DV for everybody harder, right?
Yeah,
Super easy to do, right?
What I was
Yeah.
going to say about what Sam was talking about in that game, that little the side game we had,
To justify,
is
yeah.
when I was when I was doing that, because you could see where somebody, like if I was taking, like, okay, I failed at that, because I was reducing his DV as we went,
Mhm.
but I kept pushing because he was really wanting this to happen, and I could say I'm taking steps. I could do that narratively, and you could say, well, Dale's just going to, it's like searching for that hidden door 20 times, right? Before he finally breaks. But it's what really that. Why was I propelled to do that? Well, when I started out, I was an older Viking, and
Right.
somebody made a comment and called me an old man. There was no honor in me being old and
Right.
living
Yeah.
That's right.
when I need to be a Viking and dying good of Valhalla. So
Right,
my
Right.
clock
Yeah.
was all of a sudden at the forefront of my mind. It was ticking away.
Yeah.
And I was wanting I had an opportunity to fight the Justicar and die in glorious
Yeah.
battle.
Yeah, right.
That's exactly
So you're
what
looking for
happened.
it. And it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
please.
I was doing it.
But he
I-
didn't. That was the craziest thing. Yeah, and
Oh, I
that's what
did.
was so fun. Well, yeah, you did. That's true. What's so funny though is like I mentioned that as kind of like because of course it's Del being Del,
That's what I'm
right? His
saying.
character was a little prickly, and
Right.
so one of the NPCs basically was like, listen, he's got to be cursed because he's this old man.
Yeah.
He's been in all these battles,
Right.
but like the gods clearly don't want to let him into Valhalla.
Right.
So then Del, not necessarily, I mean, through his character,
Yeah,
yes, but
right.
Del, I could see it. He was like, oh, and that really informed, how he played the rest of the game, because then it was like,
Yeah.
because that happened really early. Like we were
Yeah.
describing the thing, and he was like, yep, we're gonna go. And so then, when he started doing that with the Justicar, and I was like, I knew what was happening.
Yeah.
I could see it, but it was cool to watch because
Yep.
it was also like, holy crap, like throw this kid over the wall, blood eagle this guy, like,
Right.
trample these guys, insult the Justicar. And I'm like, and then of course we had the rolls, right? And, and that was working. And so I was like, at some point, I was like, this guy is like a religious zealot.
Yeah.
There's no way that after this much that he can just stand there and not do anything.
That's
and
right.
so he charged in, and then I think dealt. And somebody was like, "Yeah, we closed the doors," and then the
mob
gets worked.
Cut him off halfway.
Yeah.
And again, it all makes total sense. We're not writing it.
I held him, went down, and then fought him. I held him off, and then we because
they had the single combat. I think which was that was so cool. Yeah.
And that's what's so great about it. It's it's hard to explain. You're not writing a story. You're not trying to create a story. You are trying to be a character who has real motivations. You're going to do what you can to achieve those motivations, and it all works naturally. Dice rolls can then dictate the thing we can't control or the thing we don't know. But that's where I come away more liberated in the play of it and enjoying myself more as both a GM and a player. But then you also come away, I think, more satisfied with the actual results. I mean, I come away after every session going, that was it seemed like less work, and I'm more satisfied as a GM or a player. Right. I come away going, that didn't feel like potato chips. That felt like steak. I mean, that felt like I was getting nourishment. Right? There's nourishment there. It's quality. Yeah. Quality over quantity. It's I can't explain it.
Yeah.
And
no, but you did explain it. It really
there
is.
There can be many simple games that allow things to go easy, but the not every game is designed. So even though we used Astonishing Interplanetary Adventures for 2061, the style and what I was doing as a GM and what I was trying to provide space for Dell, there were no rules for that. We hadn't written them. We were trying to do it a particular way. I was trying to use naive narrator charts. But the conceits of AIA was just, hey, this is just a D6 one-page RPG. You play it like D&D. I mean, it wasn't anybody who played D&D would have just picked up that one-page thing and said, oh, well, all we need is a D6 and a pencil. Very simple characters, but they would play it like they've been playing D&D for 15 years, right?
Right.
So
exactly.
They wouldn't. But because it was so simple, I could say to Dell, dude, I can try this. It's so much easier for us to do this style of playing, because the rules don't ask us to do anything else. And then you say, now what happens if we try to create a game where the entire foundations of it are built to achieve this? And there we have it. But it's just, I come away as a GM doing it. Well, I just have more fun as a GM in this style, which is why this is how I GM damn near everything. Now, again, Symbaroum, I use traditional methods. And then the Sword and Wizardry Continual Light session we ran a few weeks ago, traditional methods. Yeah. And then what did I run something else since then? No, I don't think so. And so getting back. No, I've been playing in this with you, Sam. So I haven't run this, but just getting back to running. It's like preparing that one little sheet. It's like, dude, I don't know. And I told my wife at lunch today, I'm like, the amazing thing about it is instead of going, I can't wait to present them the dragon and see what they do when they have the conversation. That's what you do in D&D. I'm gonna have this moment where they meet the dragon, they talk to the dragon, and see what happens, because you don't know what players are gonna do. Yeah. Right. But it's like you prepared a thing. This, like, I literally have this, and I'm going, I honestly don't know, because I don't know. And so I was saying to my wife, I said, I don't know, David might put himself in the inn to start, because I'm going to make sure they understand you can put yourself anywhere you want. Yeah. What are we going to do? Yeah. And I didn't know who would put themselves where, and I thought that's the beautiful thing about this. I literally am not the one deciding this. I'm not the one saying you're in the inn and you hear this thing. I can't help but look at that sheet and say, I am completely excited to just find out what the hell happens.
Yeah, exactly.
And the system supports any confusion I may have. Any moment where I'm going, damn, what am I going to do here or say here? Oh, yeah, right. The players are playing, and I have a chart if I have So I can let
Right.
Sam say something or lead the way, and it'll drive this. I don't have to drive it. Sam can drive it
Right.
for 5 minutes. Then Dale can
Right.
drive it for 5 minutes. Then David
Yeah.
can drive it for 5 minutes,
Yeah.
and then I can say, "Oh, by the way, Joy's missing." You know,
Mhm.
I don't have to. I don't have to drive
Ooh.
this thing,
Yeah.
right? And
Right.
it is. I get to be a player as a GM. Really,
Oh, yeah.
truly, yeah. It's amazing. It's
for
amazing.
real. That is the most amazing thing about this. Like,
Yeah.
God, I don't know. I just like it's so crazy. I mean, that superhero game
Yeah,
was really
it's
fun
great.
for me because
Yeah.
even though, like you said, we kind of led up. We had a little more lead in and knowledge going into it, which we kind of discussed. With you sort of have to in a superhero setting.
Oh, yeah,
'cause
you do.
have to have kind of the but it worked, and it was like it was neat, and and
Well,
and
I
with
think
this,
session zeros
it
are
was great
good
too, you know?
no matter
Yeah.
what game you're running to get to know the characters, get to
Right.
know what we're trying to do. But
yeah,
like for instance, our book says the players should tell us how they earn their 3 repute. Well, we haven't been doing that.
Right.
We don't even talk about our characters until we're in the game. We
Right.
learn and that's fine. And you know what? It works, and we're all veterans, and we all play a
Right.
similar way. There's a culture of play that exists with
Yeah.
us. We don't have to get too worried about this if it'll come up. But tonight, I
Right.
wanted to make sure that I presented how the book says, "Hey, get those 3 repute
Yeah.
background," and it
You know,
gives
that's
me
funny.
a little more
skipped over that.
information.
I should, yeah,
You know,
yeah. No, that's hugely helpful.
and
That's actually great.
so I'm going in not complete. I'm naive about what's going to happen, but I'm not then so naive about David's character Faustus, right?
Exactly.
And
yeah.
when that gives him an opportunity to say some stuff and to give me some information, it's like, wait, he just said he has joy with it. Cool.
yeah,
And then I roll whatever I rolled, 12, I think I rolled, and it's like,
Yeah.
holy shit, joy's missing. I thought this is what I mean by
Perfect.
I love being surprised.
right.
I love being
Well, yeah,
surprised.
and the thing was, like, that probably wouldn't even have been that big of a deal unless if I hadn't have said, "Oh yeah," and it was
Right.
Lord Washburn's youngest daughter,
That's right.
and you're like, "Oh, Joy,"
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
David's like, "Oh, Joy."
Yeah,
I'm like, nope,
exactly.
You
It's
don't know
like,
what you
this
just
is-
did.
yeah. So that
Yeah.
should be part of the
Yeah.
session. Tell us how you got
Yeah.
your 3 repute. Now in session 2, we don't need to do that, right? We've already established the first session. So in session 2, we're not
Yeah.
going to say, "Okay, guys, tell me about your characters." Well, we're already live. We're in play.
Yeah.
But the book
That's
was
awesome,
written,
yeah.
and that my experience with the local group doing, I think I did 2 replay tests. I can't remember. Doing that's where that rule came out of. It was so, it made the game so much better just to hear their kind of character talk and story. And then when I said, "Brian, tell me where you're at," well, I'm at Voldemort. I'm chained to the basement in Voldemort's, and I'm his record keeper. I went, dude, you just put yourself away from everybody else in the game. They're all in Dredgewater, and you've put yourself a captive of Voldemort. I mean, that was amazing. And I thought, and again, because we
Right.
talked about the characters, he gave his 3 repute points. He said, I'm a negative
Yeah.
1 luck. I'm going to take an extra mind or something. I said, I wouldn't do that.
Oof. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then he
I
said,
wouldn't
"Yeah,
do
and
that.
I'm actually a slave of Voldemort Morton. I'm his record keeper." It was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
okay,
That's
he's truly challenging the system's agencies, truly challenging whether the game can handle one player being utterly removed from the rest of the group, and it worked.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was beautiful. But
But
from
see,
that
let him
came
go
me
big
saying,
or go home if
Yep.
you wanted to.
Exactly.
Yeah. yeah,
You know,
That's
what
amazing.
difficulty do you want to face? It would say that recap I did with Jorian because he spent like a couple of weeks or whatever doing that 5e
mhm,
for people working. He had like 10 people to show up. Only about 3 of them did, right?
mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Of course, he goes the typical 30%. So he's sitting there. They don't know what to play. So he said he just pulls up Dark Age of Man on the phone. After they sit there for a second, it occurs to him. He said it took all of 2 minutes to explain.
Make characters.
And then they just roll with it. And then him
Right.
doing, I said, which one did you use? He's used the tablet handle, right?
Mhm.
And it has the hound doing that. But when he said, like, they were heading out, they decided to head out to look for it out in the woods after several things happened
Yeah.
in town.
Mhm.
And then he wrote Haunt. And then he was like, oh, so the hound's not rabid. It's actually possessed.
Oh,
Mhm.
shit.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Which, that changed the whole.
Yeah. Makes sense of it.
Yeah.
Makes sense of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, it's beautiful the way you just put things together like
Yep.
that. So
Yeah,
then they have
that's-
a different situation on their hand.
And
Yeah,
that's
that's
where
the
I'm playing.
fun.
That's where I'm playing
Yeah.
because it's like, okay,
Right.
they're chasing the girl now. and I rolled poachers. Well, I'm not going to introduce more poachers. I'm just going to make these guys all poachers.
Yeah.
That Vodamot Morton is then this guy's come along and said, "Help me kidnap this girl," and all. Right, whatever. It doesn't make any difference. We don't have to know how they're together. I'm just going to add the poachers to this guy who's kidnapped the girl. And it's
cool.
It makes sense.
It's cool that you described that, Del, the way Jory thought of that, because what it shows is that, like, clearly he is a game master that can improvise, that can think on his feet, because some just aren't as comfortable with it, and that's okay.
Right.
But like it can be really scary. The prospect of having like a sentence or a couple of words to go with, or when you said, haunt, and that's it. And he was able to really think like, all right, what if we make the dog? Like, that's the best part. And when you have the GM and the players that can do that, if they can all do that, and then you put them together in this, like, they'll thrive. It would have been really interesting. I would have loved to have seen how kind of his players took to it. I know you did a bit of a recap.
You'd love to, right? How do they compare it to D&D 5th edition too? Which is
because if they are the kind of players that really thrive on being given the chance to role play and to show their character and whatever, they're going to love it.
Yeah.
If they're not, then that can feel really uncomfortable or can really be startling at first, and some people embrace it and some don't, but
and it's interesting because I enjoy gaming, period. Most of my D20 passion is I won't say nostalgia, but it's because it's comfortable. It's where I grew up. It's what I did as a kid. But the experience of that style of gaming is not as fulfilling as playing characters in a role-playing game, doing a particular,
I think
being a character first and a combat device second, right?
I think if you had a test group versus another test group of players who hadn't played, I think that we, in a way, basing original D&D off of like wargaming. They set a precedence that actually, in a way, poison any kind of role playing. That we have. People they have a natural inclination, unless they think that it's not supposed to be that way. Then it's really hard to get back there. But if you got new people, you just kind of fall into it. I think it's my position on it, because I think it's kind of, once you get it, once you click, you kind of go with it. Granted, it is scary because I think people have to call it stage fright.
Yeah.
Like they don't want to embarrass themselves in front of other players and say the wrong thing.
Right.
But like Jason said, what did you say? You were the, I can't remember. You were the so-and-so of role-playing in a video you did.
The asshole of role-playing?
No, it was an actor that was really just kind of out there. Anyway, I have to remember that. It was a funny
role-playing. But it's like you.
I have to remember.
I don't know. You'll have to let me know if you remember.
Is it one of the videos that's still up, or was that one that got lost in the
God, I have no idea.
No, it's still up. It hasn't been that long.
Oh, on our channel, on Roleplay Cafe?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, I've lost a lot of videos that I guess people liked. I don't know. You think they must have liked it.
People did.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah.
But
no, it's anyway. Fascinating, and I enjoy the hobby, period. I enjoy games. I enjoy all kinds, But when it comes down to it, it is very satisfying to be surprised and to experience this hobby that I've been doing for 30 years, 40 years, right? I took 18 years off. Experience it completely differently. And to find out, you know what? It works. And you can trust simple mechanics, and you can trust the players to, as Del has always said, no one wants to be the one to fart at the table. No one's going to be the one to ruin the soup, right? Yeah. No one's going to put the wrong ingredient in the soup, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you won't have that one guy that's got a low EQ, right? That's why when you get cultural playing at a table together, say, okay, we're looking at IQ is nice, but EQ is even better when you're dealing with people, right? A high EQ is nice.
Totally.
And you could get the guy at the table that just is not real, and they're gonna kind of not get it. But that's That's not necessarily on purpose. It's just the nature of the personality of the person.
Right.
But for the most part, right.
Yeah.
And that
investment in character keeps that
Right.
away. Then
That's right.
Well, it's like when Dell
betray that.
is describing, like in this session, right? It's like when he, I'm going to take the guy's head off. Like it wasn't just this sort of flippant, like, oh yeah, well, that's the prudent thing to do. Like there was this deeper reasoning behind that, and it, obviously, like it didn't fully come out,
right?
But that's neat to see that where, and sometimes that can still come out in other systems. But you're right. A lot of the time, you're kind of just there to have fun, play with your friends, roll some dice, eat some food, whatever, and that's cool. And other times you want to me, I describe it almost as like channeling another being.
Yes.
As weird as it sounds, but it is. It's like
it's role playing. Yeah.
You're literally channeling this persona that you then get to be within this collective
shared narrative, right? The magic circle that we call it in theater, right? The magic circle.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, obviously the difference is clearly acting. You're directed, you're told what to say, and you're told where to go.
Yeah, you have a script, right? Yeah.
Right. Obviously, I've said before, role playing is not acting. It's not even remotely the same at all.
No.
And I've talked about this before. Role playing, this is how I trained my sales staff when I managed the gym. You role play. I train you. I teach you how to sell. And then I say, okay, you're going to be you, and you're going to use all these tools I just taught you, and I'm going to go outside, and I'm going to ring the doorbell, and I'm a customer. And they're like, oh, okay, you're my boss. Oh, okay, I'm going to come in that door pretending to be somebody completely, and at first they're so they're cracking up, and they're laughing because they're like, dude, I'm acting like some guy from Texas who's coming and going, I want to get fit. My doctor says I'm going to have, And then they'll eventually like, oh wait, I get it, and then they get to learn how to
get it,
and it's like that's role playing, right? Now, what happens when you're asking somebody to say, now don't be you, but be an elf,
right,
with magical powers, and I'm going to play the guy from Texas. Just look at right, you know what I mean? So in role playing, you're asking people, well, don't be you as a avatar elf, be the elf now. Right. And I'll role play out the Goblin King, right?
Right.
So,
and oftentimes you're not asking them; they're saying, "Hey, can I be the elf?" And you're like, "Yeah, no problem."
That's it.
I don't know what that means, but go for it.
Right.
Like,
and so you want to put yourself in their mindset, not in the how do I act like an elf? No, you're just putting yourself in the mindset of this human being that isn't you, this thing that isn't you. And some people have an agenda. They want to play Aragorn, right? They watch the movies, they read the books, they love Aragorn, and they want to be Aragorn. But for them in D&D, that means a badass with a sword that kills everything.
Right.
Well, that's true, but there's more to being
it's
Aragorn than just that.
Like,
right.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it could take a long time to feel like Aragorn in D&D.
Yeah. And it could take a long time actually to play that out. You want to go slaughter that Helm's Deep worth of orcs,
right?
Okay, you got 3 weeks,
And so I think that's part of the problem. As Dale says, with the combat-based games, it does poison, because when you make a character in old D&D, I'll talk about just old D&D.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at my chart, I roll up my weapon. What's in the book? Well, it's just armor and weapons. So clearly, this is a fighting game. This is a game where we're going to fight and kill shit, right? You're not even thinking about your character being anything other than a fighter or a cleric or a healer or whatever.
Except it's confusing because fighting is so damn dangerous.
Yes.
That, you're like, wait a minute, you made a fighting game, but I don't want to fight because I'm going to die.
Yeah, you're going to die. Exactly. Well, that's kind of what I was saying. I call it Cthulhu. It's a foregone conclusion.
Game?
Everybody tells me it's so funny. When I first talked to Eric years ago on I can't remember Eric's last name, and he made the comment about because he loved Call of Cthulhu, and he said, "But you're not supposed to fight in Call of Cthulhu. You can't do that. You'll die." Right. And I said to him, "Yeah, you shouldn't be fighting in D&D either. You're gonna die." So the irony is D&D, you're supposed to jump, attack, and fight everything. Well, you end up dead. Well, when he said that about Call of Cthulhu, you're not supposed to fight Call of Cthulhu. You'll die.
Right.
Well, ironically, in D&D, you end up dead too. It's like, why are we fighting in D&D all the time, right? Which
but the difference is that
Right.
in D&D, it's like, you're a normal dude against fairly normal other creature that just happens to be really good at killing you.
Yep.
Where in Cthulhu, it's like, no, you're going to go insane.
Yes.
Or the
right.
or the dude is
Right.
just going to like supernaturally whack
kill
you
you.
with some
Yeah, if you
kind of
try to
nonsense,
fight
and
it,
then
you're
dead.
going to die.
Yeah,
Yes,
you're like
not
dead
supposed to fight
instantly. It's like
That's
goodbye.
exactly it. Right.
Or worse, you go insane and attack the rest of your. It's like,
right. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And so you come away going, okay, what is
No.
this? What does this mean? So again, it
Right.
starts with those conceits. What are we doing here? And I've said,
Yeah.
Dark Age of Man. Even the big holdup for Dark Age of Man will be people who aren't comfortable with the Dark Ages. They won't feel comfortable with that history or understanding that culture, so they might not take to our game for the setting. But they would like the system, they would like the GM tools, they would like those things, but they might not be comfortable in the Dark Ages.
Sure.
And that's fine because we're going to write other settings to be used.
Totally.
That's why D&D
Right.
was so popular. D&D was general. It wasn't a particular history. It was general. It wasn't even it's like Conan. It's like Lord of the Rings. It's not Conan. It's not Lord of the Rings. But it's not history. And so everybody could come down and say, okay, I kind of know what we're doing here. So D&D's base game was very general, and it was very easy for anyone to get into. So obviously I knew Dark Age of Man would have a setting that might be tough for some people because they just aren't interested in the Dark Ages. Right?
Yeah.
My wife is one of them. She doesn't like it at all. Won't watch Last Kingdom. Has zero interest in it. So she's one of those people like, I'm not interested in it.
Yeah.
I don't, so that would be the only thing that would keep people from trying our rule set, I think, is the system, which is why we tried to make it as general pseudo-historical. But like we could do, all of us brought what we've read and what we watched and made it feel more authentic, right?
Yeah.
Because we all shared that genre, that IP, that literature we've read or the shows we've enjoyed. So it makes Dark Age of Man much more richer for us in the setting side of things. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. So
it's
fascinating.
Another aspect they could not, once they know the rules, it's a lot more improvisational. So unless you're geared toward that mindset, because to me, I think a safe place for a lot of people is to, when it comes your turn, it's not to interact in a live dialogue with somebody when you don't know what to say and you're sitting there going,
Right.
It's like I can pick up a die and roll it. Can I do this?
Right,
Can I do that? Mother,
Right.
Yeah.
So
Can I
it's the
roll
same.
investigate? It's like, well, how do you want to investigate? Right. Yeah. Well, and the discomfort of, am I allowed to talk, and what am I allowed to say, and is this the GM's domain? Am I going to step on their toes? Right. Versus, where here it's like, no, like we're going to give you as much rope as you want. Hang yourself with.
That's right.
But
That's right.
it will be a fair trial because we will roll dice and we will tell you this is what you're getting into.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep going?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Well, the same with the more we give, the
Yeah.
richer our characters are invested in it.
Exactly.
I've got 2 IA robots in Dark Age of Heroes. Those can be a tool, but they can also become a pain in my ass. You can use them to introduce siege. You can use them, but my character is that much more involved in the session when one of the seeds involves my house or my robot or now I'm even more invested as a character. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
So it's you really do feel, even if it's not a spotlight on your character, that you are the hero or you are the protagonist, which is why we debated.
Right.
I think Delvin and I debated on calling player characters protagonists. You are the protagonist, right? You matter more than
in my case, the antagonist.
Right.
But
It's
just the fact that when you have this narrative interplay, the stuff that the players say gives fuel, like I said, back and forth, and you build upon it, and it becomes some kind of it's really beautiful to me. So like that, I love doing it because you come up with combinations that you would have never thought of. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
it just comes into place. You go, oh geez, Louise.
Right. Yeah, and just being able to react to the different ways that people encounter the world, right? Like me thinking, okay, I'm going to do this thing, and then Dell reacts to the situation in a completely different way than I kind of saw it, and now I'm like, oh, okay, wow, like that's interesting, right? That perspective, I didn't see that, but now I do, right? And so now I get to react, not necessarily to a set of mechanical circumstances, but to a set of collective fiction that that I was like, oh wow.
Well, and how much more invested? I mean, when Brian created Sylvester and the two dogs, and Brian very subtly conveys his character and his affection for his dogs, and I'm completely invested in this character. I'm like fucking Sylvester, and then you with Henry, and all of those trappings invest us in these characters. As a GM, I'm invested in, and you're like, this is amazing how Brian is dealing with these issues. It's amazing how Dell is dealing with these variables, and you start seeing the characters, and you start seeing the depth, and you start going, shit, now it's meaningful. And oh, by the way, now something is threatened. Your Falcone from the pulpit calling you out, and how you respond to it. It's like all of this stuff starts to take on weight, and it's just. It's not even swordplay. It's greater than that. Right?
Oh, yeah. Well, and it's scary, too, as a GM, because if you start to become invested and then the player starts doing things that are increasing the likelihood that something bad, and then you can't turn dials like you could in other
you can't dial it down.
You can't be like, oh my god, you're gonna do what?
Right?
It's like a roller coaster ride. You're holding on for dear life, going, which way are they going now?
Right?
Like,
wait, you're gonna have the dogs chase after the werewolf, and then you'll like, no, don't. I don't want.
Don't go in there.
Right?
What if the werewolf? Oh god, I have all these horrible seeds.
Well, that's why I warned Brian. It's like they can be a bonus to you, but by the way, remember they are they're minions. They literally can be erased from play with one stroke.
Oh yeah.
So I remember warning Brian. Remember, these dogs are not. They don't have like health points and shit. They are a bonus until they're dead, right? Or they're removed from play. So it's like, I understand that. Like, okay, because then you're suddenly invested in his dogs, and they're just
and then
because he's
and then you'll
invested in
do
the dog.
stupid things from a like gameplay perspective, right? That you might not do otherwise because you care about these damn fictional dogs. And you're like, yep, I'm going to put myself into a worse situation to try to save these dogs that aren't even real, but they feel real.
Right. Well, and how it all ties back to his family's raising of these dogs and the kennel back at his, and the ogre comes stomping through the kennel. It's like, this is. All of it takes on more weight because it's meaningful to Brian's character, right?
Yeah.
It ain't the ring; it's Frodo we care about, right? And if Frodo cares about the ring, we care about the ring, right?
Yeah. Really, we don't care about Frodo; we care about Sam because
exactly.
Sam
that's
is
true.
The one
Sam is the real friend. Sam's the
Frodo's
loyal one, the real friend.
I guess I'll do this thing.
Frodo is just hanging on to his humanity. Just a little bit, right? Yeah, no.
He's like, let's go on an adventure. Yeah.
No, it's brilliant. And it's, I mean, again, the Barbarians of Lemuria was amazing because it played very it played as fast as I wanted to play. It played as true to what the mechanics claim it's going to be. And so I'm fully invested in the fluidity in which I can be and roll dice.
Yeah.
So, in that sense, functions, right? It may function on a little more higher difficulty mechanic level in that there would be certain mechanical meta things that would affect play. Like, I'm going to use my career here. So there's going to be some meta conversation that heightens the bonuses. And like I was telling my wife, the reality is we're all really so comfortable with this that when we play Dark Age of Heroes or we play Dark Age of Man together, us three, it's invisible. The system is completely invisible, which is what I want. I want everybody to buy my game, read the book, get comfortable with it, play a few times, and then hopefully for them it becomes completely invisible, and they understand what I see immersive play can be as complete characters, And the GM isn't busting his ass every week to create a story for the players to engage in.
Exactly.
And I want everybody to play that invisible system, that system that supports everything you got to do.
Yep.
As a GM, worst case scenario, I'm just flexing the DV up or down. That's the most I have to really worry about at the worst possible scenario. And as you realize that, and the mechanics support, there's never this moment where you go, oh, how do I do bombs again? Let me look that up, page 86.
Right.
There's just never that moment where you're like, how do we do mass combat in this again?
Yeah, exactly.
And then we're micro and mass combat. We're macro and mass combat. We're micro and mass combat. And you just start realizing, holy shit, we can have these epic sessions that feel like you're reading your favorite book or watching your favorite show, but you're actually the characters.
Yeah.
Right?
And the ease in which you can do it is nice.
Yeah. And the system is so, you can't break it, as I told Dell. The bottom line is, I don't care. You can read our book and not get it quite right, not quite follow it. You're not going to break it. You cannot mathematically. You cannot mathematically break our game.
It's even interpretive for when you need to roll. There's no hard. Fast. Like now, you need to roll.
Yep.
Right.
You know.
And you can.
I mean, I found some of the sessions I ran, I would roll 6, 7, 8 seeds just because I wanted to see could I put this in, and sometimes I would roll 3.
Yep. You know, like tonight, I rolled just 3.
Yeah.
And there's been sessions where I rolled, I think 1 or 2 with Dell. I rolled like 8 or 9, and we used. I think our first session of Dark Age of Man with Dell, just me and Dell. I think that session. Not only did he encounter, I rolled 9. He encountered all 9 in one session. And I remember at the end of that game thinking, I cannot believe how it works. It's so remarkable.
Right.
From this little seed grows this tree of shit. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
There was and that's half of what that tree on the art. Well, you'll be able to see it later. But anyway, whenever we just on a lark did a tag team to where he was playing the character and I was too, and we was both presenters just scene swapping back and forth.
Yeah.
It's that easy.
Yeah, we could do that. I mean, Dell and I, he presented, and then we tag up. I presented his character. He presented my character in the same session.
Different areas.
So we literally were co-presenting, co-playing in one session, and it worked flawlessly. Yeah. I can't remember what game that was, though. It was it Dark Age of Man or a different?
No, it was Dark Age of Man.
It was Dark Age of Man,
Yeah.
So you could do that. I mean, all 3 of us, we could do that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Where are you now? This is what's happening.
Right.
This is what you're facing.
Well, I think it would be a lot of fun to switch the GM chairs from time to time in the Chronicle just to see.
Well, even this series of 7, I don't care if we rotate in this. Again, you're just going to make one sheet, and you already know. The only new one next time would be I would be introducing a character while Dell's whoever GMs it sits out, right? Yeah, and it works. And as well as we did with Symborum, which is a pretty it's not complicated, but it's more complicated and rich with IP and lore. And Dark Age of Man would be so easy to rotate GMs on a weekly basis or a month. It's so, and it would be remarkable, right? Because it's not difficult to keep track of what's happened. It's not difficult to keep track of the NPCs because we pretty much know them, you know. Mm-hmm. So I would love to do that. It would be great to the next session among these campaigns could be a different GM. It doesn't have to be me next time, right? And we had a perfect ending here, right? This kind of drew the curtain on you guys wrapping up this saving of joy. So the next session of this could be someone else GMing, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, from the town.
Oh yeah. And again, all I would ask is that whoever GMs it kind of be a little transparent about how we're using the mechanics so that people can learn how, and even as we're all different. I mean, that's the other thing about our game. Mm-hmm. We're all unique in how we do this thing, and you're going to run Dark Age Man a little different than I do. So it'd be interesting when you run it to show how you're invoking the mechanics, right? And then people really do get comfortable and say, "Oh, dude, I can. This is
right." It's like
I see how naive narrator works.
Yeah,
because I do think people are very intimidated. It just sounds arrogant, I know, but people are not comfortable with agency. They want agency, but they don't. as players,
No,
and GMs
and
want
presenters
complete
too, because I think it's weird because you get into this weird headspace of like, like, oh, okay, it's so cool. Like I can let my players have all this agency, but then I'm like, oh my God, but then I don't really have a planned
Control.
out story.
and I have
But
no
that's
control.
cool because then I don't have, yeah, exactly. Because then I don't have to plan all this stuff. But then what if they do something crazy? And it's like, so you get this like really weird
Right.
thing. And then as the player, again, you're like, wait, what am I allowed to do here? You'd be like, you want to say that like the King of England was just killed? Okay, you can do that. That's going to have implications,
Right,
though,
right.
on the world.
That's
well,
it.
how do you know this?
Right.
Why were they killed? Oh, they were killed by an
Mhm.
assassin from Francia. Oh God,
Mhm.
okay.
Mhm.
Now we got a big problem.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
right. And
And a player could come to the table,
Yeah.
having made a repute 3 assassin who can show up in Dredgewater and
Yeah.
says, "Yeah, I'm escaping London. I've poisoned the king."
right, yeah,
And you're like, okay, well, now you've just given me a whole slew of shit to throw at this character, right? But that
Yeah,
guy gets
like-
to be an assassin who has just killed the king.
right, yeah, and then you're like, oh God,
Yeah.
like,
And how many players have you ever
Yeah.
had at your table of D&D that want to be that guy so bad, but D&D didn't let him be that
right,
guy?
yeah,
And our game says,
exactly.
wow,
Yeah.
you've escaped London having killed the king. Fascinating.
yeah.
I mean, that's
There's the whole world
and they
of
get to
shit
be
about to rain
exactly
down
who
on
they
you,
want
yeah.
to be right out of the gate. They don't have to
Right.
wait to become
Yeah.
Han Solo. They're fucking Han Solo.
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah.
Be them. Play them authentically.
Yeah.
Be Han Solo. And
Yeah.
the game will function. It'll function perfectly. And the GM will
Yeah.
handle it, and the other players will handle it. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah, it's I'm enjoying it, that's for sure. And I appreciate you guys doing this because I wanted a chance to at least run some sessions where we could be.
Oh,
we
yeah.
Could, we could talk about mechanics.
Mhm.
And show how the mechanics kind of work as opposed because we've been running it almost so invisibly. There'll be people
Right,
watching and
yeah.
go, "Are they even playing a game?" I mean, I guarantee you
Yeah,
there are
it's
people
like,
going,
why are they doing that?
"Are they playing a game? Are they rolling dice? What's going on?" Right?
Right, yeah.
Yes, we are.
That's crazy. Yes, we are. There is actual.
There is a
rules
thing
that we're
going on.
referencing,
That's
and,
right.
yeah,
There is
Yeah.
a
it's
thing going
being
on.
calculated in your head, but yeah,
That's right.
wild.
Awesome, guys. Thank
Cool.
you. Man, I've kept you
Yeah.
guys up till what? Gee, many Christmas, 11:30.
Yeah, it's all good.
Holy
I'm-
cow!
I'm good.
Dale, you got to go to work in a couple hours, don't you?
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow.
Oh, good. Okay. 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 And
Yeah.
Sam, you get to work out of your house, right? So you can
I
sleep in.
do. Yeah. Well, kind of. It depends if my kids decide to sleep in. They've
Oh,
been better
God.
lately, so we'll see.
Sounds
Yeah.
like my dog, man. No matter what, every morning he wakes me up at 3 a.m. It's just,
Oh, it's yeah. For us,
I want to
it's
strangle him.
the cats. Yeah, I call them. I say they're my wife's cats because I'm. But anyway, yeah.
Dude, it's awesome. And I don't know when we'll get around to Saturday Dark Age of Heroes, but when you have a Saturday, man, let us know. And
Yeah, we'll figure it
'cause
out.
That was
See how
fun, man.
things-
Dark Age of
Yeah.
Heroes was
Yeah.
fantastic. So I'd love to get back to those
Yeah,
characters.
definitely.
So awesome.
Oh, yeah,
Well, I think
absolutely.
I appreciate both you guys. Thank you so much. Great game.
Yeah.
All right,
Great
guys.
game.
Take it
All
easy,
right.
guys.
Night night.
Night.